Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations for making it a little bit early. And congrats to Poopy Puppy over on D-Live, her first comment of the day. Good job, Poopy Puppy. Okay, folks, we're going to get the show started here real quick, but I wanted to let you know a couple fun things. Head on over to CanaryCry.Party. That's CanaryCry.Party. You'll find all of our cool links to all of our cool things. You're going to love it. You can sign up for the newsletter there, get all of our sources directly delivered to your inbox every single week. It's a very valuable resource for you there. You can also check out all the places we stream. Make sure to sign up for one of our backup live stream, locations. We're, of course, on YouTube, but also Twitch, D-Live, Rumble, Odyssey, all over the place, baby. Go sign up for one of those as well, or else you may miss a show someday. Other than that, you know the deal. You can go produce the show there as well. A couple of buttons there. Again, a little bit lower on the producership side today, but we're very grateful for all our producers. But if you're out there, you've never produced the show before, pray about it. Think about it. Is today your day? Could it possibly be? I don't know. It's not for me to decide, but you can find all that over at CanaryCry.Party. Okay, folks, here we go. Stay hydrated. Buckle your seatbelts. Let's get to going.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. We are live to tape today, January 12th, 2022. This is episode 432. And today, just ask Noah. Razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And yes, just ask Noah.
Just ask Noah. Yeah, he'll give you all the deets, It's all good.
Well, if for those of you who stay till the end of episodes, we always play a bunch of jingles and stuff like that for our outro, and as part of it,
it's the Canary Cry mixtape, baby.
Well, before the mixtape, at the end of after you do your pitch and all that kind of stuff, you might hear this in there.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve. And if they don't, ask Noah.
That's Ultron from X-Men. I can't remember which one it was.
The Avengers.
Ultron. Or Avengers, sorry.
The Avengers, Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's why you're here. So I don't give out false information like that.
Fake news.
But it's interesting that he would know, Ultron, the AI robot would know, or to ask Noah what happened. And just to set up, because sometimes, we have new listeners and they don't exactly know where we're coming from with stuff. So if they stick around, great. If not, and they're turned off by these things, then hey, maybe just more research is necessary. But in the scriptures, you go to Matthew 24, and in verse 36, it talks about no one knowing the day or the hour of Jesus' return, and then 37 it says, "As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark." And everybody knows about the ark and, flooding and all that kind of stuff. But what happened that caused the flood? Genesis 6 talks about the Nephilim. If you don't know about it, you should definitely look into it, learn about it, because it's a topic that comes up multiple times in the scriptures, and it explains a lot of the conquest in the Old Testament and stuff like that. Numbers 13:33 mentions the Nephilim. The spies saw the Nephilim. It wasn't a good thing that they were all freaked out and scared about him. But it says here that they, in Numbers 13:33, and there we saw Nephilim, and in parentheses, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim, and we seem to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them. And then you go to 1 Chronicles 20, verse 6, and it talks about one of the giants that descended from the giants. A war in Gath, there was a man of great stature who had 6 fingers on each hand, 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all. So all these very strange things going on early in the Bible. And if you look at Noah's life, sorry, Basil, I kind of feel like I'm taking over the thing here at the beginning.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
No, it's okay.
We got a nice Bible study here to start out the show.
It's good, though. It'll set everything up.
Okay.
If you look at a chart, I had this chart here. Who made this chart? I actually don't know. But it's basically the lifespan of the early patriarchs of the Bible. And it shows Noah here at the top. And, it shows Noah's 600th year of life, which is when the flood happened. So 600 years of life, he saw a lot. The Nephilim, whatever was going on back then, he saw. And I think we're starting to see that today. And that's all these news stories that we cover is that. But something to point out that I think is always interesting is that you look at Noah's life from the age 600 to 950 is what the Bible records. 350 years after the flood, he was alive well into Abraham's life. Like, the 60s of Abraham's life. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Right before Isaac was born, there was a 43-year gap. So
he's an old man.
Noah saw quite a bit. So when Jesus says days of Noah, of course, he's referencing to prior to the flood, but he may also be talking about the Tower of Babel and all that kind of stuff that happened post-flood. I think it happened within the first 350 years. So, it's kind of there's a lot of ancient things that I think we're going to continue to quote unquote discover. And just a quick few stories to run through in the intro. ABC News. Drone footage reveals sea dragon fossil found in the UK. And of course, this is mainstream science claims this is 180 million years old. I don't even know that the world existed 180 million years ago. How do they know?
It's got a Best Buy date on the bottom of it.
There's a little tag.
They're able to estimate.
Sure. But yeah, I'm showing some footage here. The largest, most complete fossilized remains of an ichthyosaur. I think I'm saying that right.
Yep.
And what do you think? Do you think these guys are...
ichthyosaurs, that's not a new discovery.
I know, but they found one in the UK.
Okay.
And they're calling them sea dragons.
No, they're not sea dragons.
No,
it's just
false.
Nessie. It's Nessie's grandma.
Well, the headlines, ABC says it's a sea dragon fossil.
Fake news.
I thought we were in the days of Noah.
Referring to the Leviathan?
Yeah, the Leviathan, or at least maybe Leviathan babies,
Could be. It's old enough.
Yeah. Along with that, this is metro.co.uk. The headline here, Gates of Hell will finally be closed as fiery sinkhole is set to be sealed after half a century. Did you know about this sinkhole that's on fire?
I did. Yeah. Is this the one in Russia or something?
I think so. Darvaza crater in the desert of Turkmenistan.
Yeah, close enough.
It's got Turk in there. So they're basically, it's known as the Gates of Hell. The fiery sinkhole stretches 230 feet wide and is located at the Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan, about 150 miles north of the country's capital, Ashgabat. No one really knows how it was created, but one of the popular theories that it was created in 1971 when Soviet scientists ignited it. Soviet scientists opened a hole to the abyss, apparently, in the 1970s.
Yeah, I thought it was like there's some sort of natural gas leak or something that was coming up there, or maybe a coal mine or something that caught on fire. And I mean, I don't know if they know for sure, but those are the theories that I've read. Or it's just, the abyss that opened up after, the Russians in World War II were meddling in dark forces that they were not able to comprehend or control.
It's interesting. It says the government of Turkmenistan tried to extinguish the flames, but they couldn't do it. They're like, hey, let's get rid of this fire.
This thing is huge.
Oh,
and
it's like massive.
It's like an underground, like crazy jet stream of flames. It's bizarre.
We can get into all the details of what they plan to do to clog it up.
But I am curious.
But I am worried, though. If you think about movie plots, if you're covering up the gates of hell, doesn't that doesn't it pile up? Doesn't it ignite more force the next time?
No, the world will be saved. Turkmenistan is going to save the world from all the evil demons that have been streaming out for 50 years.
I know, but then you get the clothes off, and then you get the big explosion. Even in the Bible, there's a half hour where everyone's silent.
The pressure will build.
To happen. Yeah, the pressure will build, and then boom. One more story, real quick here, to go along with this Ark and Noah and all this kind of stuff. This article is I guess a week old or whatever. It's the Sun.co.uk. Headline: Man's last hope inside the real-life Noah's Ark designed to save mankind after the apocalypse with a backup vault on the moon.
Oh, wow, there's a lot in there. Huh?
There's a lot, yes. Dubbed the, quote, global insurance policy, the project is planning on sending seeds, sperm, and ovaries to the moon.
Fun.
There is a theory out there that I think makes secular sense. I think if you're secularly looking at some of this stuff, it makes sense. You have all these billionaires trying to get off Earth. They're trying to go to Mars or the moon or whatever. Elon's been talking about a base on the moon and stuff like that. And meanwhile, you have all these CEOs selling off their stock and selling off all their prized goods and stuff like that. Are they trying to sell off so that they can pay for a seat on this Ark? Do you think that they think that there's some kind of thing that's going to happen and they're going to try to take off and leave and to be a part of that?
I think that theory has been flown around for a while.
It's been a while, but it just feels like...
Kind of reminds me of Epstein's, New Mexico ranch or something?
Right.
Where he was going to seed the human race at his New Mexico ranch.
Yeah.
But they're just going to do it on the moon. These billionaires, they have all these lofty ideas.
Yeah, we've known about the Doomsday Vaults, but it says here the near 7 million samples would be sent to the moon in multiple payloads and then stored below the surface in vaults, CBS News reports. The Ark would be stored within a network of lava tubes discovered in 2013, formed after molten streams flowed beneath the lunar surface billions of years ago.
Oh, so some moon-based deep underground bunkers.
Some moon domes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then they're going to, our future progeny will rest frozen.
Well, that is the sketchy thing about being on the moon, is that the moon is constantly getting pelted by micrometeors. So if you're trying to build a base or have something sitting on the moon for very long, it's going to get destroyed by basically bullet storms coming from space. So yeah, you got to build a deep underground military base to store the next gen apocalypse people who will crawl out of the moon and I guess stay there. What else are they going to do? Or is it just like a cold storage? That's what it is.
It's cold storage, but also
it's just like a big freezer on the moon, and then they'll take a trip up, get some supplies, bring it back down, something like that.
But there's also that occult angle of like, hey, this is us impregnating the moon goddess, and
right.
Our race will begin from the moon, and there's a big moon reset. I don't know. Those people.
The great moon reset.
The great moon reset. Yeah. All right. That's it. I just wanted to set it all up because it seems like a lot of the stories that we cover are becoming stranger. And I think it's good to sort of review the context of the biblical narrative that helps explain the strangeness, but also, help us take comfort that like, yeah, okay, God's got this all under control.
It's not without precedent.
Yeah, there's lots of precedent when you look at the Bible. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, speaking of normalizing things here, Gonz, it's time to check in with Flippy.
Your Flippy, your buttons are failing me already. Oh, before we do though, it is Wednesday.
Did you? Okay.
Oh man, the board is really
hold
failing.
on though.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Did you make the adjustment that we talked about?
I did not.
Okay. So folks, the chronicles of the new soundboard continue. We tracked down.
That's
there
right.
We go. We tracked down the source of this delay, and that is because I did not know this, but apparently Gonz, being the antique collector that he is running his soundboard off of an actual hard disk. Yes, an actual hard disk hard drive. So when he doesn't use the soundboard after some amount of time, the physical spinning disc stops. And then when he tries to go back and play a jingle off the jingle board, the old
hard
crotchety
kick back up
ancient hard drive has to physically spin up.
It's not ancient. Come on.
It's a spinning hard disk. It is ancient. And so that's the delay we're hearing is you are waiting for a literal machine. He has to put oil in the he has to gas it up. And then it's actually got a pull start.
Got to take it out. I got to blow on it,
Yeah, exactly.
Like an old Nintendo cartridge.
So that's why the delay on the soundboard is happening, is because he's running it off of an ancient spinning hard disk. And we're going to replace that hard disk with a solid state drive, so we'll have instant access to the files. And
that is the hope.
Soundboard chronicles will come to an end.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
But for now, it's all about the Flippy update, folks. No hard disks in Flippy. No, he's on solid state all the way. And if you don't know, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. And today, we've got a clip, Gonzo. We've got a clip. It's actually a news story. It's over here on Yahoo News, being mirrored by WPTV5. And the headline to the clip is "Robots Hired to Fill Server Positions in Boca Raton." We have some listeners in Boca Raton, so maybe they can go check this out. But let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Leisure and hospitality sectors are still down, about 4,000 workers since the start of COVID-19. As restaurant operators struggle with staffing, one fast casual restaurant in Boca is turning to robot servers. New at 6 tonight, WPTV's entertainment reporter T.A. Walker introduces you to Bella, the cobot.
She doesn't like her ears touched. Her name is Bella.
Stop touching my ears.
She's a robot at the fast casual Asian bowl concept called Eat District in Boca Raton.
Hello, your food is here. Meow.
It helps greets the customer. Meow. It helps run some food. It can even seat customers. It even sings happy birthday.
Pause it real quick. So what we have here is an autonomous robot. It's sort of a pillar, as we've seen a lot of these cobots. And they do use the cobot term, which we've been tracking for many years now. That is a robot that you cooperate with. Mm-hmm. And some interesting details for those who are just listening and not watching. This robot is cat-themed. It's got little cat ears sticking up, which apparently it does not like being touched, so don't touch the cat ears. But it's also got two big googly eyes on it. It's a googly eye cat robot taking our jobs, Gonz. So those are some things for the theater of the mind for our podcast listeners. But let's keep that clip going.
Food. It can even seat customers. It even sings happy birthday.
And in this pandemic age where help is hard to come by,
due to the labor shortage, it really does help us with a little bit more, like a helping hand.
Nice.
Her attendance record is perfect.
Luckily, the robot never.
I think it's weird that the reporter of this does the little laugh.
Oh yeah, I was gonna wait for this little section. Hold on, play. Go back a couple seconds, play it again, and then pause it.
Her attendance record is perfect.
Right there. Do you want me to go back further?
No, play that again, but let it play for a second.
Okay.
Due to the labor shortage, it really does help us with a little bit more, like a helping hand.
Nice.
Her attendance record is perfect.
Luckily, the robot never calls out sick, so I think, it might need 1 or 2 updates here and there where it needs to take a day rest.
At Eat District, she is more of a food runner.
Please choose the tray where dishes are placed
Okay, pause it
and
real
enter
quick.
your table number.
So, of course, we've been tracking how the pandemic is the catalyzing event for the massive movement of robots into the workplace. And with the recent inflation and the job issues and just the myriad of the confluence of events now, not just the pandemic, of course, that being a catalyst, but the job market, the ongoing Omicron issues, the vaccine mandates, all these things are coming together to create a situation where this news reporter can giggle about how this robot will never call out sick, which, if you think about it for a second, is pretty twisted. Like, those human employees always, suffering from a global pandemic. Oh, you don't want that. That's not good for profits. Don't hire humans. Get the robots in here. You can keep going.
Okay.
Placed and enter your table number. Yeah.
Helping the staff run the food, being intuitive with the customers.
But at the Sea Asian Kitchen, also in Boca, Lewis has given that robot more responsibilities.
Thank you. Bye.
Placing all the plates and everything on there, and it runs it to the dishwasher.
The Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association says operators have told them that robots cut down on cost and have been proven to be reliable.
Luckily, this robot has not made a mistake yet.
Bella cost over $10,000.
We thought about it, and we thought, from that $10,000 to an extra helping hand, it's worth every penny.
And in less than 6 months, pays for herself instead of paying for a full-time employee.
Okay, pause it right there.
Yep, big point.
There it is. That is the replacement. They needed somebody to simply run dishes back and forth. This robot takes dishes to the dishwasher. Blah blah blah. Not much else, by the way. I mean, customers can interact with sort of the iPod face on it. I think maybe it can take orders or you can make requests or something, but it sings happy birthday, Gonz, so it can do everything. But gleefully bragging about the economics of the unit, it pays for itself in 6 months. And so you don't have to pay one of those pesky teenagers to run the dishes from back to the dishwasher.
Yeah.
And in a time where unemployment is an issue, and it's not just unemployment in the traditional sense, which is people not finding jobs, but you also have the wage wars going on. We're in this period where workers have, figured out that their time and their life is worth more than sort of the ridiculously small sums of money that a lot of these jobs offer. And when, businesses just decide, okay, well, I don't need to give a young teen some formative experiences and learning responsibility and showing up to a job and all the things that are wrapped up in these entry-level jobs. It's not just a matter of making a few bucks, but it's also, teens learning what it is to have a job, learning some responsibility, having a job over the summer. And so it gives me a little bit of empathy for like the Gen Zs right now, or even whatever's younger than the Gen Zs, who they get a lot of flack. Look, as a millennial, who we were the OG lazy, modern kids of the new millennium. So we understand how it is. But, if you're Gen Z or younger, and you're having to compete literally. If you want a job and become a part of society and participate and earn some money, you're literally competing with dirt cheap robots that pay for themselves in 6 months. It's a sad situation.
Well, if past human behavior is an indication of anything in the future, so many corporations went overseas for their labor, and now this is like even better than that. Cheap labor in China or India or whatever.
Yeah, well, the service industry being the one industry that you couldn't ship overseas. Do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, interesting.
And now this is a great way to ship it overseas because the manufacture of these robots are all in China.
That's right. Yeah. Something to point out during this clip here from the news, the WDTV. While they're talking about this, about the 6 months of pay or whatever, paying it off, it's the clock on the bottom right says that it's 6:16 and it is 66 degrees outside.
Oh my gosh, so many sixes.
Okay, we're going to continue with it.
Thought about it, and we thought, from that 10,000 to extra helping hand, it's worth every penny.
And in less than 6 months, pays for herself instead of paying for a full-time employee. And if you're like me and have waited tables, you know how awful and awkward singing happy birthday to strangers can be. Bella takes care of that too.
Thank you. Bye.
Another aspect. Pause it real quick. Yeah. Another aspect of that, which again you just kind of breeze by and you don't really think about it. But look, I try my best to stay connected to the Gen Z culture here. They're even more sort of hyper-focused on, mental health issues like anxiety and depression, social anxiety being like a big one that, is destigmatized and talked about quite a bit, which has its, healthy, there's healthy aspects of that. But again, where does an awkward teenager learn a lot of the social skills that are required for operating as an adult in the world? And that's in jobs, first jobs. You learn how to deal with bosses and coworkers and employees. And oh my gosh, the dreaded singing happy birthday to a customer at a restaurant. Oh, thank God we have the robots to come and take away that torturous, activity.
The history there is funny too, because the copyright for Happy Birthday didn't expire until like just a few years ago. So all these restaurants when I was growing up couldn't sing Happy Birthday. They had to do their own birthday song,
Right. You're talking about the copyright of the official
Happy Birthday song. Yeah. I remember there's a place called Joe's Crab Shack nearby, and I think that's a place where you the waiters and stuff, they at least they used to, I don't know if they still do, but they start dancing and singing, and if it's someone's birthday, you can call them out, and they got to run around the restaurant and stuff like that. I always felt awkward about, stuff like that, but if it's robots,
awkward, but it's fun, it's supposed to be awkward.
But if it's robots, I don't know, the awkwardness takes it to like a
it's
cold,
even worse,
inhuman.
honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the humiliation is part of it, and
because you're not even being sung to. It's just a boombox playing next to you. Like that's even worse as the recipient. Like, oh, it's my birthday. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Oh, don't sing for. Oh, you're just gonna play a track next to me while I sit quietly and everybody's annoyed. Oh, this is way worse.
All right.
Anywho,
there's a little bit
let's
more,
finish it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
T.A. Walker, WPTV, News Channel 5.
He did it again. News Channel 5. Like, hey, bruh.
Hi.
In Boca Raton, T.A. Walker, WPTV, News Channel 5.
News.
Wow. In depth tonight. Meanwhile, the demand for collaborative robots or cobots is surging as industries struggle to really fill open positions. Right now, the unemployment rate in the Palm Beaches is 3.5%, below the national average. There are more job openings than unemployed people. And over the last 8 months, the amount of people working in the leisure and hospitality sector in Palm Beach County has risen by 13.9%.
There you go.
Yeah. Again, with these numbers, They're talking about it's risen 13.9%. Yeah, from a global
zero
pandemic.
Everything is either rising or falling from the reset button there.
Well, there you go. Those are one of the robots that are very actively taking the jobs away from the next generation of workers, and complete with cat motif and googly eyes, Gonz. I'm telling you, the googly eyes are becoming a cultural phenomenon.
I think once you imprint your brain and you map it in the metaverse virtual world, and you create proxies of yourself, little avatar proxies of yourself, this machine would do fine. You got the cat, you got the googly eyes. Just Basil's voice speaks. You can communicate with it.
I need to license my AI consciousness. And then I can get on a sort of royalties program.
Right.
And live out my dream as a robotic hive mind of googly-eyed cat robots.
Yeah, they're created for the purpose. You will just be turned into an NFT.
What a day to be alive.
Hey, let's make an NFT of your brainwaves, man.
It's possible.
It's all
right. Let's get into the real stuff here.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, COVID-19, COVID-19,
COVID-19, yes.
COVID-19, COVID-19, coronavirus.
Science is truth.
We're just going to do a little Fauci before we do some more COVID stuff. But, of course, hashtag expose Fauci went absolutely viral in the last couple days. Project Veritas released their video. I have it here. I tried to just edit out a little bit, snip around the edges, but it still ended up being 6.5 minutes. So I'm assuming we're going to stop and comment on stuff as things go by. Hold on. Losing some stuff here. I don't know why. For some reason, Basil, this is like inside baseball. But the chat on my end constantly pauses and has this little pop-up that says that I have to click on it to keep the chat moving. It's really annoying.
Interesting. It's not doing it for me.
Very annoying. Okay. Especially since it's, the chat that I'm looking at is, there it is, the new message. I got to click on it for the messages to continue showing.
Yeah, you're right. That is happening for me too. I don't know why.
It's very annoying. Okay, here we go. This is Project Veritas's video. It's got over 1 million views on YouTube, which I'm surprised it's still there. I think he was Project Veritas was suspended on Twitter. No surprises there. But here we go.
Project Veritas has obtained never-before-seen military documents regarding the origins of COVID-19, gain-of-function research, vaccines, potential treatments which have been suppressed, and the government's effort to conceal all of this. Dr. Anthony Fauci has testified many times before Congress stating that the U.S. government was never involved in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Will you today finally take some responsibility for funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan?
Senator, with all due respect, I disagree with so many of the things that you've said. First of all, gain-of-function is a very nebulous term.
But the thing is you're still unwilling to admit that they gained in function when they say they became sicker. They gained in lethality. It's a new virus. That's not gain of function?
According to the definition that is currently operable.
We're not going to get anywhere close to trying to prevent another lab leak of this dangerous sort of experiment. You won't admit that it's dangerous, and for that lack of judgment, I think it's time that you resign.
You have said that I am unwilling to take any responsibility for the current pandemic. I have no responsibility for the current pandemic.
That assertion is based on the NIH's definition of gain of function. However, the documents we've obtained refute that. The documents in question stem from a report at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, better known as DARPA, which were hidden in a top-secret share drive. But what is DARPA? They are an agency under the U.S. Department of Defense, which facilitates research and technology with potential military applications. Dr. Stephen Walker was the director of DARPA at the time of the EcoHealth Alliance proposal. A source sent us this video of Dr. Walker talking about research they were exploring related to mRNA technology and its potential application with military personnel in the field.
DARPA, about 5 or 6 6 years ago, we stood up an office called the Biotechnology Office, and the real purpose of that was to understand how biology worked, and then design, build, and test cycles where you could engineer microorganisms to do things that you want to do.
Though the main report regarding the EcoHealth Alliance proposal leaked on the internet a couple of months ago, it has remained unverified until now. Project Veritas has obtained a separate report to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, written by the U.S. Marine Corps Major Joseph Murphy, a former DARPA fellow. Major Murphy makes claims in his report to the Inspector General that, if true, could be damning to the official narrative that has been played out to the world over the past 2 years. Major Murphy's report states that EcoHealth Alliance approached DARPA in March 2018, seeking funding to conduct gain-of-function research of bat-borne coronaviruses. The proposal was named Project Diffuse. DARPA rejected the proposal because the work was too dangerous and could violate the gain-of-function moratorium, despite EcoHealth's position that it would not. According to the documents, the NIAID, under the direction of Dr. Fauci, did not reject the proposal. They went ahead with the research at Wuhan and several sites across the U.S. Dr. Fauci has repeatedly maintained his position, under oath, that the NIH and NIAID have not been involved in gain-of-function research with the EcoHealth Alliance program. This appears to be contradictory to Major Murphy's analysis and the rejection from the Biological Technologies Office at DARPA. Major Murphy's report goes on to detail great concern over the COVID-19 gain-of-function program, the concealment of documents, the suppression of potential curatives like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and the mRNA vaccines. To be clear, Major Murphy is not the source of our reporting. As far as we're aware, he has done nothing that violates his oath of service to our country. We were able to track him down, and though he couldn't go into detail about the hidden documents, he did offer this heartfelt statement.
I offer no comment on the investigation or internal Marine Corps deliberations. I offer a brief comment to those that desire answers and to those that withhold them. To those seeking answers, I offer encouragement. There are good people striving for the truth, working together in and out of government, and they succeed. To those that withhold, I pray for you. Find the moral courage to come forward. Don't let a lie be our legacy to posterity. People will forgive. A commitment to truth is in the heart of this nation. Semper Fi.
Project Veritas reached out to DARPA for comment regarding the hidden documents and spoke with the Chief of Communications, Jared Adams.
Doesn't sound normal to me. No, like I said, if something resides in a classified setting, then it should be appropriately marked. I'm not at all familiar with unmarked documents that reside in a classified space. No, that, like I said, that doesn't sound like. I mean, it's not good practice to put unmarked materials in, in a classified space. But there may be cause to, because something is determined to be classified, but it wasn't originally marked appropriately. I'd be happy, Robert, honestly, to investigate and talk to the people who would own this document within the agency, ideally the director of our Biological Technologies Office or the deputy director of that office, and try to ascertain why it was the case.
So here's the question. If the Department of Defense, the same people who make our nuclear arsenal, felt this research was too dangerous to proceed with, why in the world did the NIH, NIAID, and EcoHealth Alliance recklessly disregard the risks involved? Did they purposefully change the definition of gain of function in order to bypass the moratorium? Further, who at DARPA made the decision to bury the original report that could have raised red flags to the Pentagon, the White House, or Congress, which may have prevented this entire pandemic that has led to the deaths?
There's 6 seconds left.
6 seconds? Okay, that was my question.
Of 5.4 million people worldwide, and caused much pain and suffering to many millions more.
There you go.
Wow, that was the longest clip we've ever played on the show.
I think so. I mean, we didn't stop it. We didn't say anything throughout the thing.
Well, partially because it didn't really say anything new. This was all stuff that independent researchers and media people like ourselves have been talking about for, I don't know, at least a year. But it is nice that they got some confirmation documents that were not available before.
Yeah, That's probably the story here.
Yeah.
But I guess the bigger question is, does this change anything really, other than public awareness? Maybe. I think there's a lot of people that have become skeptical of the mainstream narrative anyway. And I often say that when people's worldviews are shattered, it's a great opportunity to swoop in and provide explanatory narratives. And it's a good opportunity to do it through somebody like Project Veritas, who has credibility in the alternative media space.
Yes, however, YouTube moderators listening live and checking in later when we appeal this strike, just to be clear, we do not support Project Veritas. They are destroying our democracy, and we only play them here to let people know what sort of diabolical misinformation is spreading on the internet.
Yeah, they should be.
That is our purpose for playing this, YouTube moderator.
It's not Project Veritas. Their real name should be Project Racists, White Supremacists.
White Supremacist Fascists.
Yeah,
right.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Now that that's out of the way and we got our strike appealed, let's keep going.
Well, okay, so I mean, there's that clip that people, I think, went nuts with it. Exposed Fauci, went everywhere. Again, my question is, what does this do other than divide and conquer? Yes, at a certain level, it's going to wake people up, I guess, if there's hard documents. But, Project Veritas has a stigma when it comes to certain progressive media people.
Yeah, well, just the corporate media in general doesn't like it because they do research and reporting that they don't do.
Yeah, it's like throwback journalism, the way they do things. So sure, they don't like it. But plus, I think this is still true that they've been, Project Veritas has been sued multiple times and they have never lost a case in court so far. So, there you go. They're doing it by the book, and that's something important too if we're going to maintain any resemblance of a constitutional republic here.
Yeah. Were those clips of Fauci and Rand Paul, were those from the new?
No, I think it was from
those were the old ones.
Yeah.
Okay,
so there's a new one. Yeah.
There is a new one. Did you watch it? I did not watch it.
I watched it. There's not much in there. It's just more Fauci misdirecting.
More sound clips.
Yeah, more Fauci just making it personal, not about the situation. I guess Rand Paul is a little bit too, but at least
that's a strategy that has worked for Fauci for 2 years now, which is any questioning to his behavior or his data is, in his words, is an attack on science.
2 years.
They just don't like me personally, and that means that they don't like science.
2 years in the context of the current pandemic, but I think this has been a tactic of his since the 80s. But here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Do you really think
totally.
it's appropriate to use your $420,000 salary to attack scientists that disagree with you?
Taking mask off.
Senator, the email you're referring to was an email of Dr. Collins to me. If you look at the email
that you responded to and hurried up and said, I can do it. We got something in Wired magazine.
No. I think in usual fashion, Senator, you are distorting everything about me.
Did you ever object to Dr. Collins' characterization of them as friends? Did you write back to Dr. Collins and say, no, they're not friends, they're esteemed scientists, and it would be beneath me
I did not
do that? You responded to him that you would do it, and you immediately got an article in Wired, and you sent it back to him and said, hey, look, I've got him. I nailed him in Wired of all scientific publications.
That's not what went on. There you go again.
That
you
was
just
your
do the same thing every
There
year.
That was your response.
There you go again. Yeah.
Again, you just do the same thing every hearing.
That was your response. And this wasn't.
Oh, wait a minute. Fauci does the same thing every hearing, too. Come on now. Come on, Fauci. Be a little more self-aware. I guess hard to do when you're making $429,000 a year lying to the public.
And
that
you
was
just do the same thing every hearing.
That was your response. And this wasn't the only time. So your desire to take down people.
You're incorrect. As usual, Senator, you are incorrect almost everything.
Well, no, you deny.
We're going to get through it. We're going to do it. This is the pinnacle of modern day politics and science. We need to get through it.
But the emails tell the truth of this. No. This wasn't the only time. Your desire to take down those who disagree with you didn't stop with Harvard, Oxford, and Stanford. You conspired with Peter Daszak, who you communicated with privately, and other members of the scientific community that wrote opinion pieces for Nature. 5 of them signed a paper for Nature, an opinion piece. 17 signed a paper that called it conspiracy theory, the idea that the virus could have originated in the lab. Do you think words like conspiracy theory should be in a scientific paper?
Senator, I never used that word when I was referring to it. You're distorting virtually everything.
Did you communicate with the 5 scientists who wrote the opinion piece in Nature where they were describing, there's no way this could have come from the lab?
That was not me.
Did you talk with any of those scientists privately?
You keep distorting the truth. It is stunning how you do that. Did you talk to any of the scientists privately?
Yes. I can't anymore. I can't. This is nothing. Okay, I get it. So it's just more nothing. It's even useless as sound bites, these guys.
You can't play that. Oh, we can keep playing it.
No, I don't want to because it's bad. And also it's so messy that you can barely play any sound bites from it on the news. Like it's didn't even accomplish their goal. Anywho, okay. Well, you watched the whole thing. Was there anything good? I mean, was there anything succinct in it, or was it just this messy back and forth?
Back and forth. I think Fauci has the last word before the clip ends. But yeah, this is fascinating. I think Fauci knows that, and we've mentioned this before, but even more so, he knows that a lot of the truth is getting out there and his actions are being exposed, but he's also super confident that nothing's going to happen to him.
Well, so he's at least acting confident.
Oh, yeah, yes.
He's faking it until he makes it, right.
But do you think something's going to happen to him? Like I
not if Rand keeps doing it this way. I mean, the thing is that the facts are on Rand Paul's side, but he keeps getting into these weird emotional playground tit for tats. I don't know. I don't even know what to call them. They're just not good. If he was, Rand needs to, instead of getting all emotional about it and angry and stuff like that, if he just simply was calmer and had a little bit more strategy to set up, set up the right questions and the right thing in order to catch, the sound bites of Fauci that need to be caught. I don't know what he's doing right. Like, it's just not effective.
Well, the one thing I will say is that, Rand Paul must have a lot of patience. He has been sitting, having to have conversation with Fauci in this setting for multiple times. This is like round 7, 8, 9, something like that. I mean, it's every few weeks we have clips of this bantering.
Right.
And I think you're right. I don't think it's getting anything accomplished other than some people's biases being affirmed by, Rand Paul sort of speaking for the alternative voice in that sense, in the setting. And even then, he doesn't fully represent everybody in that regard.
I mean, he's got the evidence. The evidence is there. He's reading straight from, the emails and things like that. And if he could simply just do better at what he's trying to do, then it would be less torturous to listen to. And it might actually, have some more people catch on.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. It's just really weird. And because it has happened so many times, kind of like, can we get somebody else? Like, is there somebody on the bench that we can call up to replace Rand in this?
Yeah, Rand needs
just the only guy interested.
Yeah, that is true. Why is he the only? Why is it always him? Isn't there anybody else?
Yeah, there has to be. There has to be at least one other senator who wants to get in on this, or maybe there's not. Who knows? Maybe he's the one guy who hasn't taken the pharma money or something.
Yeah, I think it's pretty thin when it comes to the bench,
the pool.
Yeah. All right. Well, moving on here. There's a lot of COVID stuff to cover, so here we go.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 COVID-19.
COVID-19. Yes.
vaccine, number one way.
So a tweet went viral on January 10th. The CDC, this is Clay Travis, who said, the CDC director, stuff's moving slow. CDC director said over 75% of COVID deaths occurred in people with at least 4 comorbidities. Since Biden can't shut down COVID, suddenly all this data is getting shared publicly. And yes, we even mentioned the same point, but we've all been bamboozled, Basil.
Have we?
I'm going to play the original, or what aired on ABC and what on Good Morning America, and what we played and many people played as part of the breakdown. So here's the question and Rochelle Walensky's answer. I guess we can play Rochelle's jingle here.
Rochelle. Get out of my face, Rochelle. About those encouraging headlines that we're talking about this morning, this new study showing just how well vaccines are working to prevent severe illness. Given that, is it time to start rethinking how we're living with this virus, that it's potentially here to stay?
The overwhelming number of deaths over...
Now, I knew when we were playing this a few days ago, I could tell that they edited this. Like the way she came in was really abrupt, and the breath, and you can just tell that it was edited. But so this is when, she gets into the 75% thing.
The overwhelming number of deaths, over 75%, occurred in people who had at least 4 comorbidities.
Now, they left out something. I'm going to play the full clip, the unedited version from the Good Morning America people here.
Encouraging headlines that we're talking about this morning, this new study showing just how well vaccines are working to prevent severe illness. Given that, is it time to start rethinking how we're living with this virus, that it's potentially here to stay?
Really important study, if I may just summarize it, a study of 1.2 million people who were vaccinated between December and October, and demonstrated that severe disease occurred in about 0.015% of the people who were received their primary series, and death in 0.003% of those people. The overwhelming number of deaths, over 75%, occurred in people who had at least 4 comorbidities. So really, these are people who were unwell to begin with. And yes, really encouraging news in the context of Omicron. This means not only just to get your primary series, but to get your booster series. And yes, we're really encouraged by these results.
Dr. Walensky, thanks so much for your time this morning.
So there you go. She puts the whole thing into context about the number of people they surveyed, and then the death percentage, which turned out to be...
Did we not play this on last episode?
Were you not paying attention to what I just said throughout this whole thing just now?
I wasn't. No, I was doing some admin stuff. Sorry, what did you say?
Okay, because
we did
the whole thing is that we played it on last episode, but ABC edited the Rochelle Walensky's response, and they cut out a whole bunch of the context to her quote. So we were trying to say, wait, there's no context here. What do you mean 75% had 4 comorbidities or more? Are we talking about the whole pandemic? We asked those questions in the last episode. So now because the conspiracy theorists are taking this narrative, they're admitting the 75% of deaths had 4 comorbidities. Now they're going, let's release the whole clip where Rochelle explains that, we took from whatever it was, September to December, whatever, some time span, 1.5 million people, the percentage of people who got sick, which was like 0.00 whatever, and the percentage of people who died, which was 0.002 or 1 or whatever, very, very small amount. Out of those who died, which was like 29, I think, 75% of those people had 4 comorbidities. So the fake news about the 75%, but it's a misdirection because the facts are even worse in terms of scaring people. I can see why the ABC News editors cut that part out, because it's like, we don't want Rochelle saying that out of 1 million people, severe
only 29
COVID,
died.
Only 29 died, and 75% of them had 4 comorbidities.
Edited it to make it sound like way more people died, or at least
something, or just leave
lie
that
by
out.
omission.
Yeah, just leave it out.
Yeah, because if you hear that, 1 million people got sick and only 29 died, and most of those 29 were, littered with comorbidities, then you can kind of think, oh, actually, things are going to be okay. And
right.
That's not good for business.
No, it's not good for business. So they edited that, and then they left in the 75% part, which gets picked up by people like us or independent media, whatever, the alternative media, and they start saying, oh, what's going on here? And then the mainstream comes back with, well, let's play. No, it's taken out of context. Here's the full clip. And then you listen to the full clip and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see why ABC wanted to edit that, because it gives away way too much positive outlook on the whole thing, the whole Omicron thing.
We've been seeing this more and more lately. It's almost like the corporate media is setting little traps. They're setting
this
little
was
traps
for sure a trap
for the alternative or independent media, rather, to sort of latch on to and talk about and yada, 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 which in one sense
it gives
is
them clicks.
It's a pretty good trap. Because if an independent media organization like ours isn't checking sources or isn't asking the right questions,
right,
then it becomes apparent that you're falling for a trap. And I'm sure we fell for traps before.
Yeah.
I feel better that we asked all the right questions after this clip, which is like, hey, this is missing information and context, and what in the world are they even saying? Because it felt weird when we played it the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see how they, part of the strategy, you could kill two birds with one stone, take out some context, omit some sources, put it out there, let the independent media latch onto it, get enraged, and then come out, release the full thing. You can make some independent media look silly,
right,
because maybe they didn't check sources or they didn't ask the right questions. I'm seeing this more and more. And part of me, going back to the Rand Paul thing, a part of me is a little suspicious of Rand Paul. Again, if he is indeed the only one who's capable of
expressing
coming after Fauci
in
this way, why? And is talking Occam's razor, what's the most likely situation, knowing what we know about the stranglehold that money has on all politicians. Like, you can't omit Rand. It's just
of course. What, is he
silly.
Is he for like another a vax company or something that's got money in his pocket?
Who knows? You never know, and it could be hidden all sorts of ways,
right?
And it could be a network of interests that he's responding to.
Jansen's J&J really got into Rand's ear. Take down that Fauci. He's really
not getting paid very much. No, so I don't think it's so. Going back to my issue with what Rand's been doing recently, which is creating entirely uninteresting media opportunities, totally blowing it, making it impossible to listen to, getting frustrated, not, adequately setting traps for Fauci, rhetorical traps for Fauci, all this sort of stuff. I mean, there is a world in which perhaps Rand's role is just to, play the controlled opposition, have the questioning going on, the congressional, what do they call them? Congressional hearings, right? And just so, legally,
just so there's something happening.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it. We're asking the questions, but it's so poorly done that it's, sabotaging its own, opportunities.
The whole purpose, yeah.
So I don't know that I've been a fan of Rand Paul for many different reasons, like nothing in particular. His turtlenecks are great. I forgot until this exact moment. I've interviewed Rand Paul,
right? For Canary Cry Radio,
same room for Canary Cry Radio. That's right. I don't know. It's just weird talking about little traps that the establishment can set for independent media people. We gotta be on our game, man.
I know.
These little things are everywhere.
Well, both sides of the aisle are tied in somehow, and Yeah, it would make sense to sabotage the whole thing. The whole, because the hive mind of the anti-Fauci crowd will latch on to anything Rand says, and they'll create their own little
he's got
echo
this
chambers.
He's got this legacy of
Ron Paul, the whole deal.
Right, a legacy of anti-establishmentism or whatever. Anti-establishment sentiment
or authoritarianism.
You've got generations of this family sort of being bastions of anti-establishment thought within the government, so he can ride on that for quite a while.
Well, maybe it's written in blood. Maybe that's his just role. If you're born into the Paul family, you are automatically of this.
Well,
mindset.
it's just like any American. Any American aristocracy, once you're in your family line gets at least a couple generations of success.
Yeah, and then you get the wild opposite. You get the super liberal, progressive Paul, and that'll be the Antichrist. All right. There's a tweet thread here. There's an article associated, but I just wanted to go straight to the tweet thread from Washington Post. And they say here, the United States continues to see a huge spike in coronavirus cases driven by the Omicron variant, with numbers surging to double that of the previous January 2021 peak. And there's a graph here, scary graph. It's got reported cases per day are more than double that of January 2021. So it shows January 2021. There was a little double top there going to about close to a little under 300,000, maybe 270,000 cases, something like that.
Yeah, these graphs have been excruciating this past week or two in the media.
I know.
There's some new standard has gone out for how to, present these graphs, and it is just like makes my brain turn off. They're so boring.
There was another spike between August and October, and then the massive spike from December to January. It's like they turned off the PCR cycle threshold or something. Just the cases explode up and to the right. And then it says here, despite surging case numbers, deaths and severe hospitalization rates have not followed that rise quite as intensely. Healthcare workers are cautiously waiting to see if the U.S.'s Omicron wave will follow that of South Africa and London. And then they show South Africa here. Hospitalizations and cases break records as the Omicron wave continues. And yeah, it's the same thing, up and to the right, straight up, vertical, parabolic move by the number of cases. But the number of hospitalizations, it's still high. It's the same as it was last year. I think this is the UK. Or I'm sorry, this is South Africa.
Keep in mind,
in general.
Are these graphs exclusively Omicron?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Do they they say that particularly? These are all Omicron cases.
Yes. It says Omicron's higher infection rate means hospitalizations are more than double their previous peak.
No, but it doesn't say that this is a graph of all COVID. That's different because, Omicron generally doesn't hospitalize people. But Delta is still around.
I think
so it makes sense that Delta numbers, like Delta hospitalizations, Delta deaths, whatever, would stay the same. And then Omicron just like skyrockets the cases without, changing hospitalizations.
I think they're labeling these waves by the name. So last summer it was the Delta wave, right? Like it doesn't matter if they're verified Delta. It's Delta wave.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Delta wave. That's not talking about just Delta because during the Delta wave, people were still catching Alpha and stuff like that. So this right there, you have a strange sort of manipulation of these graphs, or at least the presentation of it.
Well, and then it shows South Africa. A little time has passed. You got the big parabolic spike on cases, but then a plummet just as fast going down. Hospitalization rates still not as high as the Delta wave or the December 2020 wave. I guess that's called Alpha. And death rates also very, very low. going into January 2022. And the London chart is the best because the London chart it doesn't show hospitalization. It shows cases, just parabolic move, spike in January 2022 called the Omicron wave. But deaths don't follow at all. I mean, maybe a little bit, but just...
Indeed, they dip a couple times.
Yeah, it's just a hard dip.
Graphs.
It's a hard dip on some of the death. So I just think it's funny that they're kind of like, yeah, it's not really killing anybody, but we're not getting too excited about it.
Talking about the change in the reporting here.
Yeah.
The shift in the narrative, things like that. I think they know that people have had, I think they've recognized that they've pushed it as far as they can.
Well, yes, but also now that they've pushed it as far as they can, I don't think that means they end it. I think they try to maintain the narrative in the mainstream as long as possible. I mean, think about all the other topics, white supremacy or Trump or whatever. Like, even when most people realize, hey, this is all nonsense, they still do it. They still just keep pushing that same narrative. So until they stop getting funding or they stop, literally everyone stops reading. And even then, a lot of these outlets, WAPO and CNN, it's more about the money. So even if nobody's reading it, they still make the big bucks from Big Pharma. So as long as that money's coming in, they're going to keep pushing that narrative. And I don't see that stopping. So while in reality, objective reality in the meatverse, we're over this thing. I mean,
everybody's getting Omicron, by the way.
Everybody's getting sick.
I don't know about you.
Oh, it is shutting down around here, Basil. It's the church shut down everything. Everything's shutting down again. And
they're actually shutting it down.
Oh, yeah.
Of Omicron.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I just know. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5. I could keep counting, but it's more than 5 people I know personally have Omicron or have COVID currently, or have had it in the past, week or two.
We're all gonna die.
I just remembered 3 more. So yeah, I probably know 10 people who have it now or have had it, and every single one of them, they're not getting the variant test. They're not sending it off to the labs. They don't know if it's actually Omicron or not.
But they're testing positive, and everyone assumes.
They're testing positive, and it's nothing more than a little cold.
See, I'm very
so they're
skeptical.
just assuming that it's Omicron.
And this time too, I've had some people close to family, get hit with stuff, and they're all worried about me because I'm the one. So they're all like, well, we're worried about you. And I'm like, I'm fine. Like, I got a little cold. If I tested, I probably might have tested positive. But seriously, this thing's we're not going to die from this thing, especially at my age, my health level. I mean, I'm not super healthy and super in shape, but I'm pretty good right now. So I feel okay. I feel.
You know what?
Yeah.
I feel invincible, Gonzo.
Oh,
now cross my fingers. I'm not attempting anything. But since the pandemic, started working out, started taking care of myself, I take all sorts of supplements every single day. I'm very good with the supplement taking. I've been in all the same situations as these friends of mine who catch Omicron or COVID or the cold or whatever it is. And I have no idea how I have not gotten it because, I don't know. These supplements and working out are helping.
You've actually tested too, right? Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
I test fairly often.
That's one big difference between you and I.
Yeah, just because out of curiosity. I mean, I'm not even doing anything. I mean, a little bit of the travel, I need the tests.
Yeah.
So I'm testing fairly often, and never had that second little line that tells me I am pregnant or pregnant with COVID.
Lord willing, I will say that throughout this entire thing, not only have I not been jabbed.
Yeah.
I have not been swabbed either. I really feel.
Look at you. No test, no jab, no COVID.
I feel. I don't know. There's a part of me that feels a little guilty. Like I should participate in at least getting tested. But then I'm like, why?
You don't need to unless you get sick or you're going somewhere.
There's literally no reason for me to do it. There was one point where might have had to do a little family thing, but didn't go through. So I don't know. I'm sure there's others out there in the same boat. But I got to be honest, I do feel a little lonely about it. It's like, I'm not tested. I'm not even tested. I'm not nothing. But then I'm also
so lonely.
But I'm also like,
has antibodies to call his own. Don't interrupt.
All right.
There's on to the second verse. Lonely. No, okay.
Well, I'm just going to say that the more this type of information comes out, the more I feel vindicated, just in my own little community of people and stuff, locally and the family and whatever, because it's just kind of like, look, I'm not crazy. That's the one thing I wish people would get.
Sure.
It's like people think you're crazy if you push back against the narrative, and it's like, no, you guys are the crazy ones. Sorry.
Remember before COVID?
No, I don't.
I would get What
just
do you mean
light
before
the
COVID? This has
Men
been
in
everything.
Black wipe of the anything before that. Yeah.
Well, doing the show before COVID, I would get pretty dang sick twice a year. Once in the spring, once in the autumn. I would get some sort of flu or just a debilitating cold or something. It was really annoying, but it was like clockwork.
Right.
And then I was really sick in January of 2022, which, I'm sorry, 2020. And that may have been COVID. I don't even know. But I was really sick in January 2020, if you go listen to our episodes in that area. And then haven't been sick since. I mean,
they have really
stuffy nose here and there, but nothing serious.
They have truly weaponized any kind of respiratory illness. We're not going to do this article, but I wanted to just mention it. It will be in the additional stories segment. But it was written by Wesley J. Smith, who was in Inhuman. He was interviewed. I think he's a Christian. If he's not, he's like Catholic or something. But he's very much anti-technocracy, anti-transhumanism. And he wrote a piece for the National Review, and the title is Ezekiel Emanuel Wants Respiratory Illness Technocracy Without End. And just, he gets into it. He's really passionate about his positions, and he documents everything. But I think that's right. I think they really want to have this like, if you get any kind of respiratory illness, stay home, lock down, mask. That is the new world order, I guess you want to call it.
I'm not totally against the idea. If you're sick with anything, I would appreciate if you don't get me sick, but I'm not going to have the government enforcing
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't mind people. This, again, Japanese culture is, I don't feel good, but I got to go do this thing. I'm going to wear a mask and I want to spread my stuff around. Yeah. Sure. I get it. But the judgment that you can't come into the store even if you're healthy, I mean, all of it, all the stuff, it's all weaponization.
It's funny.
It's frustrating. Yeah.
That when I was sick in January 2020, nobody knew anything about COVID. I mean, it was like we knew about it because we had been covering the news.
The people falling over in China, all the video of people
we were following
dying.
News from China. We were following the AI bot that detected it. We were following, that's our jobs. So we kind of knew something was brewing since December. And in January hit, I did not think that I had it. There was no reason to think that I had it. I mean, there was like a case or two floating around, but nobody really was thinking about it. It was just like another bird flu or, thing like that.
Next thing.
Just another thing, swine flu. Watch out. But nobody really cares. And because you got to remember, this was a different time. This was January 2020. Because we were so paying attention to it, when I felt good enough to move around, I was getting better. When the next time I went out in public, I did wear a mask just because I don't know why. We were talking about it. There was no mask mandates. Nobody knew anything.
Was it a social experiment on your part?
No, not even. I don't know. I just felt like, that was bad. I don't want to give that to anybody. So I'm just going to wear this little mask. And it freaked people out. They're like,
oh, no, what? I was going to say.
Why are you wearing that? I'm like, I was just sick. I'm just being careful. And then And then after that, when it became mask mandates and you have to do it and blah, 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 you know, I don't like being told what to do, so I didn't like it. But it's just weird that, like, you know, we're just these weird little independent people just paying attention to the world. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll wear a mask just to, you know, be cool. I don't want to get anybody sick. And then, boom, it becomes like the biggest fashion.
Why aren't you wearing your mask?
Biggest fashion fad for 2 years.
How many times can you wear a mask before?
I wore a mask before it was cool, man.
Well, yeah. My somebody close in my family also did the same thing. They walked into a grocery store and she was saying, like, with a mask, like before all the lockdowns and everything. And she was like, everybody's staring at me because I was wearing a mask. And then, like, 2 months later, she was like, why aren't you wearing a mask?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I know. I'm looking at people in the chat, and some people think they're pretty cool and are like really triggered by the fact that I wore a mask. And it's like, shut up. Think of January 2020. You would have no thoughts about somebody wearing a mask. You would have no context just because it triggers you now. That in January 2020 was literally an entirely different world. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, real quick here.
We've just been chitter-chattering.
I know, chitter-chatter.
Here's a clip. This is a clip. Let me bring you a clip, Gonz.
Okay.
This is a clip that was taking place at Brooklyn Tech. Check it out. It's on the tweeters.
There's really nothing to see or
no, it's
hear.
Kids leaving school.
It's kids leaving school, and it's been viewed 4 million times.
I know, it's bizarre. The tweet here says hundreds of kids walked out of Brooklyn Tech today to protect the continuation of in-person school during the Omicron wave.
Protest, not protect.
What did I say?
Protect.
Oh yeah, protest. Protest the continuation of in-person school during the Omicron wave and to call for a remote option. So
yeah, this is
good opportunity.
Mainstream loves this.
Oh, these kids, you know, they're seeing an opportunity to get to go stay home. You know, that's what all the polls were saying, that especially the younger generations, you know, although they are being damaged socially and psychologically and everything by being, you know, quarantined and locked in their homes for 2 years, a lot of them decided they like it. They like being at home and doing remote stuff and living in a little cage. And that's what this protest is. They say, put us back in our cage. We don't want to be together.
Well, that's why I mean, this is a win-win. You get the students, you know, they want to just be home. They can use the Omicron as a catalyst to demand remote, you know, to stay home, but also
it's like a dog that likes their kennel.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But also mainstream
they've been kennel trained.
Mainstream gets to play on the student activism. What is it? The milieu of it, you know, and say, hey, look at these students. They're fighting the man, and they're demanding to stay home. The Omicron, these schools don't do anything about Omicron, but these students know. Anyway.
Yeah, well, they can go home if they want, but according to the LA Times here, Gonz, being mirrored on MSN, with a headline here, with hospitals reeling, California tells COVID-positive medical workers to stay on the job.
What?
So the kids, you got to send the kids home for remote school, but if you're a nurse and you have COVID, you got to go to work, man.
I wonder if this is because a lot of nurses are quitting or...
Oh yeah,
you know, not wanting to be.
They can't spare any nurses at this point. With the vax mandates and the everything, they are sending COVID positive health workers back into work. It goes like this.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Daylong, that's the name. That's a name. Daylong waits in the emergency room. No one to answer the phones. No one to take out the trash. More patients arriving each day. That's the scene playing out at some hospitals across Southern California. Oh, of course, it's California, too. How delectable. As the Omicron-fueled surge of COVID-19 contributes to a crippling shortage of doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers. While Omicron, that's hilarious. I guess they say contributes. They don't, no mention of, yeah, well, we had to fire 30,000 of them for not being vaccinated and blah, 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 blah. While Omicron is causing significantly fewer serious illnesses than last year's winter surge, the unprecedented number of people becoming infected has left the medical infrastructure on edge. State officials are attempting to address California's staffing shortage through a sweeping policy change that allows asymptomatic healthcare workers who have tested positive for coronavirus to return to work immediately. The policy is set to it's so just complete clown world, man.
Oh my
gosh. Just out of control. The policy set to remain in place through February 1st is designed to keep many healthcare workers on the job at a time when hospitals are expecting more patients. Some experts say California's stance is an unorthodox yet necessary solution to a difficult problem. Yet many unorthodox. Yeah, there's a global pandemic. We're locking people in their homes. We're shutting down the economy. We're forcing people to not be able to make medical decisions about their own bodies, and all to profit a group of elite lizard people. But we're going to take an unorthodox approach and let sick people go work in a hospital.
And the morale aspect of it, somebody comes in, I got Omicron, and the nurse can be like, I know how you feel. I have it too.
I know.
Let's treat each other. This is very strange.
You know what? A lot of people, now keep in mind, this is just Southern California as far as this article is concerned. So this is not across the nation. But imagine, a lot of people were afraid to go to the hospital during quarantine and the pandemic. They didn't want to go to the hospital because they didn't want to get sick. And like those fears were, while, you can acknowledge the thought process and the emotions behind them, were sort of unfounded. Like generally you were not going to get sick in the hospital of COVID. Well, not anymore, baby. Southern California hospitals are super spreader events. You can't go. These nurses who are, asymptomatic, they claim here, who are testing positive, have to go into work around other sick people with co-morbidities and blah, 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 blah. And yet they can't go eat in a restaurant, or they can't, they can't go to an event or something because they tested positive. You can't get on a plane. They can't get on a plane, but they can go work in a cancer ward or something. It is just the logic. And here's the thing, we're talking about it from the perspective that the corporate media wants to, we're taking it from their perspective.
Right.
There's a lot of scientific information about asymptomatic people, and does asymptomatic infection even exist, and yada, yada, yada. But from their perspective, they are sending COVID positive sick people into the hospital. It is the illogic of this from the mainstream narrative has got to be waking some people up. I mean, between the recent CDC changes and this policy, how could anybody think that this, things are as serious as they're being led to believe?
A couple things. One, I have a neighbor who is a nurse, and I'll be interested to hear what she thinks of this. Because, she's very much towed the line, PC of, everything, vaccine and all that kind of stuff. But the last time I chatted, she was even a little skeptical of. She was just like, everything's changing so fast. Everything's not. The
facade was starting to crumble already.
Right. The skepticism is seeping in pretty hard. But also, the other thing I'm curious about, this is a fantastic opportunity for some robotics company to come in and help these hospitals. But I don't see anybody stepping up to do it.
It's Grace.
Where's Grace? Where's the army of Grace?
You know what? Hanson Robotics?
Mm-hmm.
They said Grace was going to become available in 2022.
I know. I think this is maybe the beginning of the problem that already has a solution ready to go, but they're they got to go through the hardships. You got to have all these nurses be okay with having robot counterparts helping out in the hospital. Yeah. So that's not going to happen.
Cobots, at least.
Well, that's not going to happen unless you have people with COVID.
A crisis.
You're working with.
You need a crisis. You need to create a crisis.
You need to create the greatest super spreader event. I mean, this could be just as bad, potentially, as the Cuomo thing in New York. You know?
Could be.
With the other people.
Could be. Yeah, it is reminiscent of that.
So anyway,
it goes on and on and talks about some of the problems at this one hospital. Let me just pick up here. McIntosh said on Monday that more than 300 nurses and many other staff members at the hospital are out sick because of COVID-19, and that those who remain are stretched to the brink. Some nurses are having to take on far too many patients, while others can't even find an assistant to help bring patients into the bathroom.
Can't even find an assistant that can help them to the bathroom.
That's where grace. Let this robot pick you up and carry you to the pot.
Do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and then it goes into, obviously, the potential problems, exposing patients to hospital workers who have tested positive, even if the workers are not feeling ill or showing symptoms, is not the solution, McIntosh said.
Well, they got a lot of pushback from people.
Mm-hmm. She has heard of coronavirus positive workers attending to women in labor, chemotherapy patients, and patients in neonatal intensive care. Now they're even more vulnerable, she said. The California Department of Public Health and hospitals are reaching capacity, and the decision was driven in large part by staffing shortages, making it difficult to provide essential care. Bet you wish you didn't fire all those unvaccinated nurses now. Yep. Let's see. The decision is irresponsible and a huge mistake that will jeopardize everyone's health, said Rosanna Mendez, et cetera, et cetera. So you get the point.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen. Other than some hospitals complying and
natural immunity,
ending the world. Oh yeah. That'll. What if that is the line?
Herd immunity and robots.
The LA health official comes out. This is how we're going to do herd immunity. It's like the chicken pox.
We have reached herd immunity, the ever elusive cryptozoological fantasy creature, herd immunity.
We're going to do a COVID party. We're going to all go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's funny because there's all these news reports telling people, over and over for the past week. Once a day, I'll see a new news report. People are having COVID parties to catch Omicron to get it over with. This is why this is a horrible idea. It's like, okay, you want a COVID? You want an Omicron party? Go to the hospital. There's a pretty good chance.
Just walk around and you'll get COVID, and then you'll stay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, speaking of COVID party, we should probably have a little producer party.
Party time.
Go to CanaryCry.Party, put it in your URL, and you will discover our Linktree, where you can find all the various links to our media empire, subscribe to our email list, explore all the platforms where we currently live stream, connect with others in different social media platforms, support the show with a click of a button. Right there at the top, there's a Produce the Show Now button that wiggles. Click on it, produce the show, become a producer, and join in on the fun.
Mm-hmm. And let's thank some of those producers now.
It's break time.
Come on now, take a break, everybody. Kick back and just listen to this story that I have to tell you. You may have noticed no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no corporate money whatsoever. We don't even sell male enhancement supplements. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? But what we do have is the value for value model. Here's the thing, folks. We decided long ago that participating in the juggernaut that is the advertising industry, indeed, the justification and mechanism for major corporations like Google and Facebook and, the entire world to decide that sucking up all of your personal data, storing it, running it through algorithms, invading your privacy, creating a cybernetic psychological model of you and using it to subtly manipulate your psychology to sell you things, convince you that happiness and fulfillment cannot be found in this life until you respond to this advertisement and spend some of your money on something you don't want or need. It is a subtle killer, folks, this advertising industry. You think of all the biggest problems, or a lot of the biggest problems in the world, related to cybersecurity, big data concerns, the panopticon, even vaccine passports. It's all wrapped up in big data privacy concerns, which was originated spiritually and literally from the advertising industry. So why would we want to participate in that in that system? We don't. We wouldn't. We couldn't. We couldn't sleep at night if we did. A lot of it is because that once a independent media producer decides that they're going to do ads on their show and they're going to take some money from a big corporation in order to basically get paid to lie to their listeners. It's hard to get off. Once you start getting that advertising money, you need your next fix. And suddenly you become concerned with maintaining brand friendliness and talking about things that, get you more listeners instead of talking about the inconvenient things. It just changes the mindset of the independent media producer. And we're trying so hard to immunize ourselves from that. And that's why we don't do that. We don't do advertising. In fact, we take no corporate money whatsoever, no YouTube money, no Twitch money, no, any of that. So how do we keep the show going? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's called the value for value model, and it's simple. We create value. We do it 3 times a week, and we try our very hardest at it. And if this show brings any value to your life whatsoever, you have the opportunity or the responsibility. That's right. Some people consider it a responsibility to keep the show going, to put some value back into the show, because that's what it is. This is a family affair, folks. This is not just a meal being served to you from I have no idea where this metaphor is going. The whole family's in the kitchen is what I'm trying to say. And is there something clicking on your side? Oh yeah, that's me. Sorry, I'm just fidgeting. Oh, okay. Because I either heard you got a clock in the room or something. No, something's clickety clacketing. Clicking my little controller here. I'll stop. So there you go. And there's a lot of ways to produce the show. And they are, by the way, we call them producers because that's what they are. They're producers. If they get involved with keeping the show going, they are gunning too. Yeah, keep us gunning here at Canary Cry News Talk. If you keep us gunning, you are a producer of the show, just like the real world. You can put it on your LinkedIn, put it on your resume, whatever you want to do. But take pride in it. Take ownership in it, because it takes the whole fam here to keep the show going. You can produce the show in a few ways. You can do it with your time, your talent, or your treasure. And, prayers are also a big part of that. Just being a part of the family is very important. But we like to take some time and thank people who support the show with their time, their talent, and their treasure. So we're going to thank some financial producers of the show during this break. And there's a couple ways to do that. You can head on over to patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk and support us there. But you can also head on over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. Woo! That's right. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support is a great place to support the show. If you head on over there, you'll see all sorts of options. If you're a cryptocurrency person, you can support the show with your crypto. If you want to commit to keeping the show going on a monthly basis, a nice set it and forget it option, you can become a monthly producer there. But if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount that you like. The possibilities are endless. And Gonz, who do we have coming in? We got some people coming in. Hold on, I had to download. Caught him. I had to download something that came in later here. So, all right, we're gonna thank the executive producer for episode 432, which, as of right now, is anonymous. Anonymous. We have an anonymous executive crypto producer. Oh, that's right. Oh, crypto too. Hold on. Let me make sure I have that ready. Oh, between the two. Oh, so slow. A crypto?
like I know what a crypto is.
Where'd you find this?
Thank you very much. Anonymous crypto producer came in with 0.00631024 Bitcoin. Thank you very much for the Bitcoins, Anonymous.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Executive producer Anonymous. We don't know your name. We don't know your identity, but we thank you and love you all the same, Anonymous. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it Hal Finney?
Okay.
The alleged
I don't
creator.
even know who that is.
You don't know who Hal Finney is?
Is that a basketball player?
Oh my gosh. I don't know if I should get into it now. We won't get into it now.
Probably not.
Yeah. I'm very disappointed that you don't know who Hal Finney is.
Yeah, I only got so much room on the old hard drive.
Okay. All right. I don't know how you know Bitcoin and don't know who Hal Finney is, but okay.
I'm not really into Bitcoin celebrity culture, Gonz. I'm more about the philosophy.
Mm-hmm. What about the first man to accept a Bitcoin transaction?
Not interested.
Especially from Satoshi directly. He was a big part of programming prior to Bitcoin. He's suspected to be one of the major guys. Either is Satoshi or one of the group. And he died in 2014 or 13 or something like that. He had his head cryogenically frozen.
Wow!
And he is expecting to be awoken in the future.
Ooh, that's fun.
Which is.
He just couldn't help himself, folks. He had to.
It would be very interesting if the creator of Bitcoin had a mortal head wound. It was like a neurological disease that got him.
He's jacked into the metaverse
and
as we speak.
Well, maybe, we'll see about that. But then he resurrects. He had a mortal head wound, yet lived. And then all of a sudden he's making everybody take the mark to participate in the economy. I don't know.
That sure would be good for the show, at least.
So anyway, there you go. That's who Hal Finney. Anybody who wants to do research, that's a little rabbit trail. A hint for you.
Well, thank you, Hal, for your producership. You little floating head in a jar, you. Okay, and we have no associate executive producers for today's show. But, Gonz, we do have our very first enrollments to the Canary Cry supply drop, baby. So I want to thank some of our Canary Cry supply drop producers. And if you missed last show or maybe you skipped the producership segment, let me tell you something. We have a new awesome thank you campaign going on for producers of the show who support the show in the amount of $33.33 a month or more are getting enrolled in our brand new thank you campaign, which automatically you will receive 4 times a year, once per quarter, a Canary Cry supply drop. That's right. I know we're really not have not been very good at creating physical representations of this show or fanship thereof over the years. There's been a couple little merchandise opportunities, but we don't do merchandise, we don't do paywalls, we don't do not just advertising, but literally any other monetization structure, because for us, we just decided we didn't want to be distracted by the business models. We didn't want to get distracted with profits and losses and how much can we, whatever, how much inventory do we need to hold and shipping and blah, blah, blah. It's a whole thing. And we just wanted to keep the most important thing, which is doing the show as well as we possibly can and staying consistent. So we don't do those things, but we have a group of trusted and talented and hardworking producers who are making their time and talents available for the Canary Cry supply drop, which 4 times a year will be shipping out to Canarians all over the country. Sorry, Australians, we still can't ship to Australia and foreign non-U.S. residents. We have to talk about shipping, but you can still sign up. What? You're interrupting with a sigh.
Yeah, well, can't we talk to Elon Musk or somebody to help us out with that?
Yeah, sure. Call him up. Yeah. Let me know. Okay. He doesn't answer my calls anymore.
All right.
Ever since I made fun of his haircut,
he doesn't like you anymore.
Started screening my calls. So anyways, so there you go. It is not, so these are free gifts that are shipped out and cool things we've got planned, all designed by producers of the show, art by artists of the show, cool swag. We don't have a full list of the things we're sending out throughout the year, but it will include the Canary Cry calendar, buttons, stickers, the Canary Cry flag we're working on. We're talking about challenge coins, apparel, all sorts of cool stuff. A lot of it will be like the funny stuff we talk about on the show. We'll come up with a funny or fun like merchandise idea, which in the past we never had the opportunity to actually do anything with. Maybe some of those things will show up in the supply drop. Tweet, hungry boys. So anyways, the Canary Cry supply drop. I did notice that there are some problems with CanaryCry.Supply.com. Some DNS issues people were having. So if you tried to do the supply drop over the past couple days and had trouble, go try again, but do it this way. If you go to CanaryCryRadio.com/support, there's now a button for the supply drop up at the top. There is also a tab on CanaryCryNewsTalk.com up at the top. You'll see supply drop on the navigational menu. And that'll get you there. Go sign up, read about it, understand it. And I want to thank some people who have signed up to support the show. And we'll be excited to be sending them free gifts in return. Starting out with new supply drop member, KDP.
Ooh, KDP.
Thank you very much, KDP.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christina D.
Christina D, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina D. Next up, we have Kevin D.
Ooh, Kevin D. Mm-hmm. Kevin Durant?
It's Kevin Durant, and he came in with the $33.33 plus fees, so he's helping us out with fees.
I guess these are all Illuminatus.
Yeah, I think we need a supply drop jingle.
Okay, yeah.
Because we're hoping to do this all throughout the year, and so we'll want one nice big Canary Cry supply drop jingle.
Okay.
Jingle makers, thank you. Next up, Paul G comes in.
Paul Gilbert, the guitarist?
Paul Gilbert, and he adds the fees. Thank you very much, Paul G.
Thank you, Paul G.
And that does it for our Canary Cry supply drop signer-uppers. We appreciate that very much. I will say our first goal is to get 100 members of the supply drop. This helps with ordering bulk of things. Oh, by the way, everything's going to be made in America and from small batch cool companies, stuff like that. That's a big, philosophy of what we're doing as well. But yes, we want to reach 100 as soon as we can. The list is, I need an official count. I don't have an official count right now. We're above 50 right now. Okay. People who will be receiving the supply drop. So keep that in mind out there, dear listener. If you would like to sign up for the Canary Cry supply drop, not only are you producing the show that you love, you will also be receiving free gifts 4 times a year, and you'll be helping us reach that goal of 100 members of the Canary Cry supply drop. So it's a win-win, win-win, win-win. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, so other producers to thank here. We're going to start off with Mark A.
Mark A, thank you very much. Mark A comes in with $51.33. Illuminatus. Thank you very much, Mark A. I did not see a note from Mark A.
I think Mark A came in with art. So we'll
he's
see
got
Mark.
art.
Yeah, we'll see Mark A in the next break there.
Love it.
All right, thank you, Mark A. Next up, we have Cloud Surreal. Am I saying that right?
I think so.
Or Surreal?
I think that is how it's pronounced. And producer Cloud Surreal came in for $33.33. And Illuminatus. And a nout.
A nout.
Cloud sends a nout. Goes like this. From Cloud Surreal. Been a while since I produced. Didn't want to start mooching again. Ooh, mooch avoided. Well done. Here is some funding for Age of Deceit 4 and drop that WMD. Wednesday, my dudes jingle.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Followed by a Dean scream. Arigato gozaimasu. How do you add the U on the end, or is it sort of silent?
I don't know.
I think with the real sort of Japanese accent, it's kind of silent.
It is kind of silent. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah, you don't really gozaimasu. That's if you're talking like gozaimasu. Like if you're in like a
samurai movie.
Yeah,
from
you're out in the country,
the 50s or 60s.
Yeah, if you're out in the country in the woods in Japan, you come across some ancient tribe of Japanese noblemen. Yeah, then they might arigatou gozaimasu. But if you're in the city, it's not like that. But anyway, yes.
Also, I love WMD Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah,
can't believe nobody
stuff.
had come up with that before. Great job, Cloud. I have a feeling we'll hear that again. Drop that WMD.
Mm-hmm. You want me to do it again? No, we'll do it later. Okay.
No, we're going to have to do it immediately right now.
I know, because
it's Wednesday, and that's what happens on Wednesday.
Especially when Heather Surus comes in.
Yes, and Heather Surus is on a streak.
Wow. That did not work the way I hoped.
Yeah, she's on a streak. Women rule!
What is going on? What is going on? Hold on, I'm sorry.
We know what's going on.
No,
it's
it's not that. No, it wasn't that.
Stone inscriptions
it was,
that you have.
The streak jingle, for some reason, had a fade on the front.
Fun.
There you go.
45 episodes in a row. Thank you very much. Heather Surus comes in with 1333 Illuminatus.
Illuminatus!
And a note, happy Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
And we get another Gonzo jingle mix. Much love, Heather Surus.
Just a collection of sounds.
Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Heather Surus.
Thank you, Heather Surus. Next up, we have William F.
William F. is back, and he's on a streak. And William F. has been streaking for 9 episodes in a row, which means William F. is lit, fam.
Where'd you find this?
Hey, you lit now.
Comes in for 1111. And a note. Remember, kids.
11.
There it is. Remember, kids, Colonel Sanchez's chicken might be finger-licking good, but you don't know whose soylent finger you're licking in that nasty soylent chicken. Escape from the evil Colonel. Eat Chick-fil-A instead. Love you guys. Thank you, William F.
Hey, this is an opportunity for Chick-fil-A to really do some advertising, but unfortunately we don't do that. But hey,
no, they can become producers though.
Oh, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just walk in and be like, "Hey, you guys want to
become a producer of our show?
Produce a podcast? No, not your podcast. Just it's our podcast, but you can produce it."
Yeah, you get no rights, no exclusivity, you get no contract. You just PayPal us some money, and we'll make you a producer. We'll thank you alongside William F.
Yeah. Do you think there's a Chick-fil-A PayPal account? Like just one Chick-fil-A PayPal account?
I hope so. That would show such a laid-back business structure.
Yeah, and Colonel Sanchez instead, runs it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Arch rival of Sir Salmon's Knight of the Fishes.
He's back and he's on a streak. 13 episodes in a row. 1111.
11.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Gonz pushes the button for the Wednesday jingle now, then we should be able to hear it by next Wednesday, says Sir Salmons.
Funny guy.
You little rascal.
Funny guy.
LOL. Hope that jingle board is working better for you, Gonz. Many blessings from the fishes. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the non-physical hard drive.
Do you need me to order the drive for you?
No, I'm looking into it.
Be one of those?
No,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll let you know if I do want you to be my little assistant.
My little boy's growing up.
Yeah. Until I go, you order it.
Yeah. can't do it.
All right. Next up, we have Lady Chrome.
Thank you very much. Lady Chrome is back with a vengeance, coming in for 1111. Thank you, Lady Chrome.
11.
You know, the problem with the 1111 jingle is that so many people come in with 1111.
Okay, well,
I don't know if it's a problem. I don't know.
You called it a problem. That's what's on your heart.
True.
So
maybe I did. Maybe my inner feeling.
You just don't like people coming in with 1111. You don't want to give them their jingle.
No, that's not what I want.
Robbing people of their jingle.
No, here's what it is. Here's what I think my heart is looking for. I want some more contenders for the 1111 jingle.
Okay.
You did a great job.
No, that's good because mine was slapped together very quickly. It did not take a lot of time to put it together.
Yeah, well, it's good. It was a good start, but there's something special when there's a producer-created jingle.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, who's next?
Next up, Morv.
Morv is on a streak. 41 episodes in a row, so close to that 42. Morv, congratulations. And Morv comes in with 1111.
11.
Ooh, quick on the draw there, Gonz. Here's a note. Looking forward to all the Lord is preparing for us in this new year. To God be the glory. 1 John 2:17. And the world is passing away and the lust of it, but he who does the will of God abides forever. Amen. Thank you very much, Morv.
Thank you, Morv. Next up, we have JC.
JC is on a streak. And he comes in with the 1001.
1001.
Amen. JC sends a note. It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It's a good thing people like that jingle. Hope you are both having a blessed day. What are some hobbies of yours other than exposing the shadow government and plans of the devil? Is Basil a woodworker? Is Gonz a sculptor? Ooh, Gonz the sculptor.
The only thing I sculpt is this right here. This
you know,
body.
Gonz. That was good. Yeah. All right.
No,
I don't need to
it's
say my joke then. Your joke was better.
Okay.
Yeah, well, tell us. What are your hobbies?
I said the joke. You go first so I can think of what I want to share about myself.
Okay. Well, it is well known. I'm a video game enthusiast, so I do play video games. I do work out pretty seriously 4 times a week. I consider that a hobby. Again, yes, sculpting this masterpiece out of pure marble, like the masters of old. Let's see. Hobbies. I do multiple podcasts. This is the only one I get paid for. So technically my other podcasts are hobbies.
What do you do outside of this? More podcasts.
More podcasts. Yeah. I do a lot of church stuff, church work.
Yeah.
Volunteer a lot.
All right.
I'm looking at getting chickens.
Oh, good.
Yeah. My hobby is looking for apocalypse bunker properties.
Yeah. No, you've been into that for a while.
Yeah. So I do that a lot as well. Okay. What do you got? You got something?
I feel like I'm on a game show, number one. I like to play basketball. I like boxing. You get back into boxing. I'm taking a little break. So those are some physical activities. But I also like to play guitar. I also do a lot of volunteering for the church worship team. There's, little tech team stuff that I do. So, yeah, I mean, other than that, when you have a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old,
yeah, who's got the time?
That's kind of like your hobby.
You need to get into like model trains or something, something boomerish. You need to build model planes.
I did build a ukulele at one point. That was fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, and we're both musicians.
Yeah,
so
we are both
we do
musicians.
that sometimes. Okay, thank you very much, JC.
Thank you, JC. Next up, we have oh yes, I forgot. on the same document now. Palmer B. Woo!
Palmer B is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule.
10 episodes in a row. Thank you, Palmer B. Comes in with 777 plus fees and a note. As Yahweh gifted craftsmen in the wilderness with the ability to create the tabernacle, so has he inspired the producers to make awesome art and songs. I'm looking forward to that sweet merch. Don't call it merch. It's not merch. It's treasures. Treasures from the Canary Cry supply drop. We need some Jingles with Gonz's face embroidered on them. Yeah, that would be good. We should just open here's the thing, Gonz. You could become a Jinko supplier.
Okay.
A licensed Jinko supplier, open up an Etsy store, get an embroidery machine, and make Canary Cry themed Jinko jeans.
So
just something you could do.
This is like a white label. Is there a white label Jinko?
White label Jinko. No, but that's even better.
I'll just, I'll do what the Chinese do. I'll just steal the model, just exactly the blueprint.
Totally. Change it by 1 centimeter so you don't fall under patents or anything.
And instead of Jinko, it'll be Binko.
Ginkgo.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. The health, it's like the healthy supplement there. You wear these pants and you're healthy.
I was thinking more like Gonz. It's just Jinko, but with a G. Gonz.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. People will talk about the Ginkgo. What is it?
No,
Ginkgo
just call
Balboa.
They're still Jinko. Keep them Jinko, but it's a G instead of a J.
Or Ginkgo biloba. Isn't that a?
That's a thing, but also doesn't mean anything in this context.
Okay.
Also a total waste of the podcast time, but it's okay.
It's okay.
All right, who's next?
All right, thank you, Palmer B. Next up, we have Doctor Who Done That.
Doctor Who Done That's on a streak. 41 episodes in a row, so close to 42. Thank you, Doctor Who Done That. 7s and fees and a note. My boss had me test for COVID, and I tested positive. I could use prayers for using my quarantine time wisely, as well as God's provision, as I do not currently have a way to make money from home yet.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah.
See, that's one of the messed up. Your boss should be paying you for sick time.
Yeah, that's...
Should be paid for sick time.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you tested positive, so you can't...
He might be an independent contractor or something.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
But it's also a great plan for the boss. Like, okay, who can I not afford to pay? Who...
Yeah.
Something like that. Let's just have them test. It's Omicron. It's everywhere. Crank the cycle threshold up. Boom.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Doctor Who Done That. I wish I had... Here's what you could do, Doctor Who Done That.
No, don't give out medical advice.
No, here's what you do. He asked about how to make money at home.
Oh, okay.
Okay, get yourself a sewing machine, get yourself some denim, start creating off-brand Jinko jeans. Get an embroidery machine, put Gonz's face on it. Boom. Producer created, American-made Jinko jeans.
Yeah, that's a good. Try to pitch that one to the
automatic
wife.
Market.
What are you going to do this weekend? Oh, start up a new thing, new project. Oh, you build a shed or something? No,
Off-brand Jinkos.
Some off-brand Gonz Jinkos for
White
the podcast.
label Jinkos. Yes, I'm sure if somebody out there made some Gonz Jinko jeans, you would sell at least 5 pairs. Through the Canarians listening to the show. 2 of them would be me. I'd send one to Gonz, and then there's 3 other Jinko aficionados.
All right, well, let's call the producers for Doctor Who Done That here.
Let's do it.
Producers, assemble!
That's right. Producers around the world perking up, writing down in their notebooks as we speak. We're praying for Doctor Who Done That. Who is stuck in home quarantining with no pay. It's not cool. So we're praying for God's provision for Doctor Who Done That. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And last before the cutoff here is Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
There he is on a streak.
Yeah!
Tweakers.
Oh, yeah!
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, is on a streak. 94 episodes in one row.
Oh,
sorry. There's no jingle for that. Comes in with
me going.
He comes in with a pocket full of sevens. It says, "Happy Wednesday, my dude. Give him
is
that
Wednesday, my
WMD."
dudes.
Whee. Okie dokie. That concludes our PayPal producers who came in the amount of $7.77 or above, which entitles them for a note to be read on the show. But we got a few more to thank, starting with Child of God, who's on a streak.
Ooh, Child of God. What is going on?
Oh, this is abrupt.
There's a lot happening.
37 episodes in a row, threes and fees. Thank you, Child of God. Next up, we've got Veronica D.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Right, 70 episodes in a row. And right alongside Veronica D, we've got our beloved Gail M, who's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Gail M came in with $3.99. And a note, which we're not going to read, but she tried to calculate the threes and fees and sent $3.99, which is wonderful. But just for your information and everybody else's, threes and fees is $3.74. Thank you, Gail M. Next up, we got Sir Casey the Shield Knight, who's on a streak.
Tweaker! Oh, yeah!
Man, thank you so much.
104 episodes in a row. Thank you, Sir Casey, with a pocket full of threes. Next up, we've got producer Amanda P. on a streak.
Yes, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
28 episodes in a row. Is there a special jingle for 28?
There is for 27.
Oh, did we play? Oh, so with Amanda P, yes, a correction. Somehow we missed hers last episode.
Oh.
So we got to give her the 27 streak.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will.
Gotta get some
trap music behind that.
I know. Amanda P, you're a firmament buster indeed.
Really, getting on the good side of Hillary Clinton there. Amanda P. You have her approval. You smashed through the glass ceiling.
Amanda P is hero.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Just kidding, Amanda P. And also, don't hurt me, Hillary. Next up,
Hillary.
We've got one of our crypto producers, Runk Smash, who's on a streak.
Is this a crypto? Do I look like I know what a crypto is?
That's right. Rank Smash came in with 13 Dogecoins. Thanks for the doggy coins. Next up, 56 episodes in a row. Did I say that? I don't think I did. There you go. Thank you, Rank Smash. And we'll have your microfiction in the next break. Last, but, well, not last, actually, and definitely not least, we've got Jackie Yu, who's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
That's right. 13 episodes in a row, coming in with 308. Okay. We also have some Patreon producers here, Gonz.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've got an upgrading Patreon producer named Edwin R. Thank you very much, Edwin.
Thank you, Edwin.
We've got a new Patreon producer, Martin K. Thank you very much. Martin K came in with 3306.
Oh.
You know, Martin, if you take that producership over to PayPal and add 20 math cents to it, 27 cents to it, you can get signed up for the Canary Cry supply drop.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think we have one more Patreon producer named... Nope. No, we don't.
Nope.
Oh, that was
name.
opposite. That was an opposite.
It was,
we had
somebody leave.
Yes, we had an anti-producer.
I know that's the one thing about Patreon. For those who don't know, you get a list of all your people who have jumped on or jumped off. But then if a new one comes up, you go, "Oh, a new thing," and then you majority, like 70% of the time now, it's they deleted their account.
The Patreon bloodbath.
Yeah, continues. The Patreon bloodbath. Blah.
Okay. That's it. That's all for our financial producers, Gonz.
Thank you to everybody. Appreciate you all.
Shut up and take my money.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold the train.
All right.
Oh, why is it not working? Come on. Oh, this weird change you made to the email is screwing me up. Let's see here. Okay. Aha. Okay, Gonz. This is the note from Mark A. that was missing from before. Mark A., our first regular producer, came in with 5133, and he sent a note here. He sent it again. Thank you, Mark.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that helps.
And it said, I won second place in fantasy football this year. Share in my winnings. Woo! Okay, I like this. This works out good. And of course, Mark, you have to get on the New World Order Fantasy League once that's ready.
It'll be a seamless transition from.
You're obviously a pro if you got second place. But he also asks for a demooching. There we go. Mark A., thank you very much. You've been demooched, which means it is your first time producing the show. We appreciate that. And thank you for resending that note. I'm glad we didn't miss that because demoochings are a big event in people's lives.
I think this is Mark A.'s first support with treasure. I think he's been coming in with art for a little while.
Okay, right. Okie dokie. Well, there we go. Now we can thank them for their patronage.
Shut up and take my money. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage.
I just realized the deep voice underneath that jingle is just going, money.
Yeah, it's just the world.
Hilarious.
The world is money and
money
and politics.
All right.
It's Latin for many. Now suck your blood.
Politics.
Your blood.
Gonzo, you forgot to wake up. How can we do politics while we're still asleep?
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
There we go.
It's Latin for many.
You asked for it.
Now suck your blood.
Politics.
Your blood.
Okay, Gonz, a couple of just quick notes in politics. Things happening today, this day, January 12th, 2022, 112222. Numerology people are screaming because, what is that? 222, that's 8.
1 1 2 2.
If you do the
4,
whole
5,
year,
6. Yeah.
it's 10, I think.
Which is 1. If you collapse the number.
Oh, yes. And that's important because today is the day that Harry Reid lies in state. And which is always a good opportunity for us to review some of the occult beginnings of our country, the occult beliefs of our founding fathers, and their attempt to turn government into a sort of religion or occult power center. This happens in the Capitol building or the Rotunda?
The Rotunda.
Yes, the Rotunda in Washington, D.C. Isn't it the Rotunda in the Capitol building?
In the Capitol, yep.
Yes, okay. The Rotunda in the Capitol building, where the ceiling of the big dome is painted with a piece that is called the Apotheosis of George Washington, which depicts George Washington, good old Freemason Georgie there, and of course, first president of the United States, ascending into godhood, taking his throne amongst the Roman or Greek gods, I believe. And it has ever since become a sort of ritual that whenever a politician, or it's not always politicians, all sorts of people get to do this, but it is a high honor where when they pass away, their body is placed beneath the rotunda of the Apotheosis of George Washington in order to allow them to also ascend into the ranks of divine thronehood.
Yeah.
And today, Harry Reid, as we speak, is lying in state beneath the rotunda, waiting at the bottom of that big escalator.
I was going to say, his energies are ascending up into the oneness
Yes.
Eye of Sauron
Yes,
is feeding off of the energies.
At least that was the beliefs of our forefathers of this country.
So I've been showing the rotunda or the painting, the apotheosis of George Washington. But in the article, this NPR article of the lying in wait here, or lying in state, there's a photograph of the casket.
Yes.
From the vantage point of the top of the dome. Yeah. It's almost as if NPR is saying, we have already ascended.
That is the view. That's the view of the
ascended
former
masters.
the ascended politicians and George Washington and other divine entities who are awaiting Harry Reid's energy to coalesce or
Feed
whatever.
them or whatever.
Harry Reid is delicious. Okay, so that was a quick update there. Next up, just another quick update for you, Gonz. This is coming from The Hill. And we got a new poll came out today.
Oh, hold on. This is something you added.
I sprung this on you.
Yeah.
But it's right there in the document there. And the headline of this article is Quinnipiac poll shows Biden with 33% approval rating. That's right.
Good enough. Good enough for a headline.
New updated approval ratings for the president, which, against all odds, somehow continues to decline in approval ratings. The poll showed Biden's approval rating had dipped slightly from November when his approval rating was at 36%. It continued a troubling trend for Biden, whose approval rating has steadily declined in the Quinnipiac poll released over the last several months. So there you go. I just thought it was interesting on 11222 to whatever. Both Harry Reid lying in state, ascending, apotheosizing, and also Biden hitting that 33 mark.
Well, especially because there's a photo of Biden in the Harry Reid story of giving his condolences to Harry Reid under the rotunda there. So, yeah, maybe that's the signaling. He's like, I have done it.
Exactly. He's somehow sending out the signal. He's hit 33%, and perhaps he'll accidentally ascend while he
gets sucked into the vortex.
He just happens. He doesn't even pass. His body is so weak that the ascended masters assume that he's dead and just suck him right up.
Yeah. His famous last words while he was being sucked up.
Get vaccinated. Yeah, that would be his dying words at this point.
Okay. You got something else?
Nope. That's it.
Okay. Well, CNN reported, mirrored by MSN.com, European Parliament President David Sassoli dies, age 65. And it says here, European Parliament President David Sassoli has died in Italy, according to a tweet from his spokesman early Tuesday local time. The EP president, David Sassoli, passed away at 1:15 a.m. on 11 January at the CRO in Aviano.
11 January, 11122.
The date and place of the funeral will be communicated in the next few hours, spokesman Robert Quio said. On Monday, Quio said Sassoli had been in hospital in Italy since December 26th because of a serious complication due to a dysfunction of his immune system. I wonder what would weaken an elderly man's immune system.
What could possibly weaken an elderly European man's immune system?
Maybe he should do more saunas.
Yes. Sauna's good for you.
I know.
That's another one of my hobbies.
Yeah, and eat more meatballs. He's in Italy, right?
Oh my gosh. Okay. What's next? Come on.
Sassoli, an Italian center-left politician, was also treated in a French hospital for pneumonia in September, Reuters reported, citing his office. Sassoli, 65, has been president of the 705-seat parliament since 2019. So another death of a 65-year-old. We had Bob Saget, 65 years old, pass away, reported last episode. Now David Sassoli, another 65-year-old, prominent position. I don't know. I mean, people in their 60s die, but it's always kind of interesting when it is too young if you're just talking, normal stuff, and or if, for a healthy individual anyway. I guess maybe being the president of the European Parliament isn't the most stress-free job.
No.
But it's very suspicious. You know, I mean, a man of this caliber can't die because he had complications from the vaccine. They would never ever report that.
Nobody's saying that, Gonz.
No,
Why would you
saying,
even
I'm not
spread
saying
such
it.
silly?
I'm not
such
saying
silly
that's
ideas.
what it is.
Okay, YouTube moderators.
No. I'm not saying that's what the story is. I'm saying even if it was, it would never be reported of a man of his stature.
Okay, that is a logically sound statement.
Okay.
And not fake news.
No. It is an opinion. I admittedly.
Not even an opinion. It's just a logical statement. Okay.
So there you go. That's just a note here.
Yeah. So I'm interesting just for the details. He was having immune system problems in September, but then came down with bacterial pneumonia.
Well, pneumonia in September, and then that's what I'm understanding. Yeah, and then complications due to a dysfunction of his immune system since December, and then he passed away. A couple days. It
seems sort of decidedly vague.
It is. That's what I'm saying. That's why
his dysfunction. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, his dysfunctional immune system doesn't have a name. There's no. There's no way to refer to the dysfunction in his immune system. Perhaps is it something we've never seen before, or something like that, or something that we just don't want to report. Yeah, that is very interesting.
Because if it was COVID itself, if it was COVID itself, then that's that's something to wave around. Like, he died of COVID.
Well, that's the interesting thing, because a lot of the deaths of COVID are. They get COVID,
not necessarily from COVID.
Yeah, they're fine. They don't die of COVID, but then they get pneumonia,
right,
because of the COVID or something. But they still call it a COVID death. I'm looking around here trying to see who's going to succeed him. I cannot find any info on
the Antichrist. Of course, we know already.
Who becomes the acting European Parliament president? I wonder if that would be von der Leyen.
Oh, Jared Kushner.
That makes way more sense.
I'm throwing out names now.
Yeah. Okay. Here's an interesting thing, Gonz. Again, going back to
changing narratives.
Our career in following this sort of thing, and how weird it is to now be doing this work in this day and age, while we watch narratives shift and morph, and the players that are participating in these narratives glomming on and acting like they've been on it the whole time. I might be adding some of my own editorial here,
I mean, yes and no. There's some truth to what you're saying.
This is coming from realclearpolitics.com.
Super clear.
And the headline is Glenn Beck. I was wrong that COVID pandemic was about socialism. It is about total control and fascism.
I have the clip here. If you want to just play that.
Yeah, sure. Play the clip.
Everything that you've talked about, I've been watching your whole show tonight.
By the way,
you want to tell us, for the listeners, tell us what this clip is.
This is Glenn Beck on with Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
The power team. The double trouble here. We've got the Danger Twins.
The Danger
on
Twins.
On air together talking about something.
Tucker has that scowl that confused. There's moments where I wanted to edit.
People love that scowl.
I wanted to zoom in on just Tucker's face a couple times on this, but I didn't. But he always does that confused, like, oh, what?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
He's very good at portraying what he is feeling in his mind.
Yes.
Okay, let's
Here
roll.
we go. Glenn Beck.
Everything that you've talked about, I've been watching your whole show tonight.
Hold
Absolutely
on. Pause
everything.
it. Okay. For the listening audience, if you haven't seen Glenn Beck recently, he is Colonel Sanchez. He has gone full Colonel Sanchez. In this interview, he is, he's always had his white hair and his glasses, the famous Glenn Beck glasses and the white goatee. But in this one, he's wearing a white shirt with a black tie, wearing some sort of...
It's like a red and black checkered...
Well, it's a festive plaid...
A plaid, yeah.
Wool jacket.
It's like some interesting lining on the inside.
It's like a mix between Colonel Sanchez and Santa Claus.
Yeah, it's a sweater. It's a sweater jacket.
I think it's like a sport coat.
Yeah, sport coat. Okay, there you go. All right. Are we good?
I'm ready. You just need, we need the theater of the mind here.
Sure.
Which juxtaposed with like the robotic, like I'm pretty sure Tucker Carlson gets dressed like a robot dresses him every morning, or it's just like a digital skin that gets applied on like with a green screen. What if Tucker Carlson did his show in like one of those Lycra skin tight green suits, and then they just digitally applied
put the suit on him,
his cyber suit on. I think that I'm just going to say that that's the truth.
Okay. Well, again, let's get back to the clip here. This is Glenn Beck.
I don't know. I could talk about their fashion choices some more. This might be more beneficial to our audience for me to just talk about how they look more. But all right, let's get to the clip.
Okay. This is Glenn Beck talking about his new book, The Great Reset.
Everything that you've talked about, I've been watching your whole show tonight. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Are you serious?
I'm pretty sure that Glenn Beck fell into in a sandwich factory conveyor belt and then got shot with a chicken laser. And he's like, he's like a walking, talking chicken sandwich. Okay, continue.
Okay. For the 15th time.
Hold on. Okay, go.
Glenn Beck talking about his new book, The Great Reset, on Tucker Carlson.
Everything that you've talked about, I've been watching your whole show tonight. Absolutely everything that you've talked about tonight is in this book, and it is explained. It explains why the schools are tracking with the DOJ, why Fauci with the vaccine mandates, why Fauci is hiding his relationship with big pharmaceutical, our gas prices, the First Amendment rights, the January 6th people being set up by the FBI. All of this, Tucker, this is the most important book I have read. This is the most important, or that I've written. This is the most important topic of my career, and I think this is the most important topic in the world today. The Great Reset is not a conspiracy theory. It is something that the Davos people have put together along with the World Economic Forum, and it is running rampant through every Western capital and every Western country. I was wrong for a long time. I thought this was about socialism. It is not. It is a brand of fascism. Socialism and communism, the state and the people own everything. That's not what's coming. If you want to understand why our corporations are saying that they have to have these teach white people how bad they are, why they're condemning the United States but not China, because China is the new global model. And all of it is in here with 50 pages of fine print footnotes. Do not go online and just search unless it's an original source, because there's a lot of bad information out. And this must get out to every person, I believe, in the Western world. This is not an American problem. This is the entire West going away by 2030. And I think the next, they just war-gamed, the World Economic Forum just war-gamed the next economic collapse. I think that's coming in the next couple of years. I could be wrong. I usually am on timing. But when that happens, it is lights out. It is over. They will control your food, your water, your work, your education, your banking, your money, gasoline. They are going to bankrupt the entire West, and only the elites are going to be able to have money, the food they want, the jobs they want, etc., etc. We will be left in the dust. We must educate ourselves right now.
Jeez Louise.
Couple things.
So where you been, Glenn?
Yeah, so
where you been for the past 5 years that we've been talking about this?
Minimum 5 years for us. There is we stand on the shoulders of giants, of people who came before us and really exposed the whole agenda, the New World Order.
But the Great Reset
specifically,
as a brand. You know, the Great Reset, we played on this show in 2016 when they started releasing their material, trying to, you know, test market it. And, you know, but yes, of course, it fits into broader scoped theories for a long time. But the Great Reset,
well, not even theories,
the public,
actual stuff.
Yeah,
written,
I just mean like the general idea of the New World Order. But the Great Reset, you know, they started branding it about 2016, maybe 2015. And where's Glenn Beck been for 5 years, 6 years?
Well, actually, now that I think about it, 2015, 2016, it was still called Sustainable Development, the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG.
We played the Great Reset video.
I think they mentioned it, but it wasn't like branded.
In 2016, we played the we were only audio at the time, but we reported on the Great Reset marketing video that came out from the World Economic Forum in 2016.
Okay.
I know because I was I remember sitting at my desk in the place that I was living, which is not where I'm living now. That was in 2016.
Okay. When was the Great Reset published by Klaus Schwab? What year was that? Was that like 20?
That was only a couple years
2020,
ago.
Right? So
yeah,
I think he brought it to the public conscious, like a real branding of the true sort of externalization of the brand. Because they had different ones. They built back
been
better.
developing.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you know, you start with some test videos. That's where the term "you'll own nothing and you'll be happy"
Yeah,
came from that original marketing video.
But there's something about Glenn Beck latching onto the antithetical position, and really creative title for the book, "The Great Reset," to counter Klaus Schwab's book, The Great Reset. Real creative there.
Yeah.
That's why he said, don't go on the internet and look for things. Buy my book. But so there are a couple things. One, you know, in general, I think most of us listening and watching agree with the overall sentiment of and concerns that Glenn Beck is sharing here. Yes, we do have that, like, hey, where you been? But secondly, you know, he makes that emphasis about, oh, you don't go on the internet unless it's, you know, official sources, as if people don't do that. Like, as if we haven't been trying to provide official sources since the beginning. That's been a thing that I, you know, in 2010, 2011, when I started posting blogs and making videos, I was very big on like, okay, I want to make sure that I'm very clear about where I'm getting this information, because, you know, I'm kind of an aggregator of the information. I share it, but I'm not like a source of it. So
This is funny. Shield Lab says Glenn Beck wrote a book back in 2016 called Agenda 21. Again, 6 years late.
Oh, more than that. Agenda 21 was like 2001 or something when they published the documents.
So, I don't know what Glenn Beck is doing where he's just like waiting a half to a whole decade to start writing about the things that, it's the independent people are talking about.
It's the mainstream pipeline. And especially the counter narrative. I do think there's a reason for the agenda.
He's the mainstream portal and for these ideas to get on cable television, or he's one of them.
Yeah, one of them.
Tucker, I would say, is the other one.
Yeah, that's why this is a powerhouse, right?
Both, you know, just
super combo.
Perfect little puppets here. But as we know, when something finally gets approved for mainstream release, it is not without its adjustments. It's, I mean, you can tell by the alarmism that he is adding to this.
Yeah.
He's saying that, like, you will own nothing. You will, you know, you'll be completely controlled, 100% dystopia. What did he say, in like 2 years?
Well, 2 years is he thinks the financial collapse, which we'll talk about in a moment.
It's
the World Economic Forum did do a big cyber financial thing. We'll mention it in a moment. But true. But yes, the thing that's really most alarmist to me about this with Glenn Beck, where's the solution, bro? The solution is not reading your book.
The solution is reading his book,
No,
Gonz.
it's not
Didn't
the
you hear
solution.
the man?
The solution is not giving Glenn Beck more money so he can say things on air. I mean, I have nothing against the man, but I'm just saying.
I think the solution might be buying his book so he can bank a couple million, so he'll be one of the elites who doesn't have to suffer during the Great Reset. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah. Well, again, it's always very interesting to see topics and narratives that we've been on for a long time just mainstreamed in a book and all that, and he'll make so much more money than we will ever make talking about these issues, despite the workload. And he probably didn't even write it, he probably had some ghostwriters.
We got to get on Tucker Carlson. That's what we need to do.
Do you think we can do that?
Can you imagine Tucker Carlson's WTF face when his guest comes on wearing a VR helmet with googly eyes?
Oh, Lord, make this
happen. What's up with the googly eyes?
Lord.
But why, though?
Why?
Tucker,
this is great. Yeah, this is his signature look, that
Tucker,
scowl.
If you don't get it, I won't be able to explain it to you. I'm sorry.
Well, what we will have is a gift. No, you will have a gift for Tucker, his own VR headset with googly eyes. That's how you do it. The olive branch. So instead of telling you, why don't I show you? And then we'll have Tucker in the metaverse with us, and
then we'll be best friends with our cyber friend Tucker Carlson.
Great. Okay. Well, there you go. Glenn Beck and Tucker Carlson bringing truth to the mainstream.
Wow. Great.
Speaking of January 6th, because you mentioned it there, Glenn Beck.
This is great.
January 6th rioters.
CNBC.com. House panel dismisses unsupported claims about FBI involvement in January 6th Capitol riot. That is an interesting word choice, unsupported. Whatever happened to what was the term they were using? Baseless. Baseless is out.
I've seen unsubstantiated a lot.
Unsupported, baseless. But I think the fact that they didn't use the word baseless
they can't, because there is a base.
Because there is a base. Okay. Let me just zoom through this here for you. Okay. So, yes, for those who don't know, it'll explain it a little bit. But Ray Epps was the guy who was caught on film a day before January 6th and also on January 6th, being one of the main instigators of people actually going inside of the Capitol building. Mm-hmm. Yes? Mm-hmm. You're just groaning.
No, I was saying he was the rah-rah man.
Oh, the rah-rah man. You're right. So a day before, he's standing up in a big crowd of MAGA people saying, we got to go to the Capitol. We got to break the windows and go in. And
it's the rah-rah Ray.
He's the guy. He's
Ray
Epps, the one guy who was on a tape. He was on, he was filmed. He was videoed. Reel to reel. He was videoed. He's really one of the only humans on video saying anything about going inside the Capitol building and actually breaking the law. And in the video, the original one, the great one, everybody around him is like, I'm pretty sure this guy's a Fed. Fed, and just start shouting him down, chanting Fed.
Yeah.
Because that nobody wanted to do that. That's not what they were there for.
Can you imagine the provocateurs who saw the chant and they're like, oh my gosh,
oopsies.
Are we really that bad at doing our jobs?
We're pretty bad at this, apparently. And then Ray Epps was taken off the list of people to investigate. He's, not been called to trial, while elementary school teachers who never went in the building are on trial. For all the people who are getting in trouble for January 6th, Ray Epps should be public enemy number one. The evidence is blatant that he was trying to rile people up to go inside the Capitol building. But no, he disappeared off of the watch list. He's never been charged. And so the fact, the idea that he could be a Fed, it makes sense to a lot of people. Well, don't worry, citizens, because a House panel dismisses the unsupported claims. And let's hear how they did that. The House Select Committee investigating last year's deadly Capitol riot poured cold water Tuesday on a right-wing conspiracy suggesting the FBI.
Wait a minute. They say right-wing conspiracy.
Yeah, not
they
conspiracy
don't say
theory.
Conspiracy theory.
That's a good point.
That's really
a right-wing
interesting.
conspiracy is an entirely different thing than a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Yeah, they're saying that there is the
right wing was conspiring to suggest that Ray. Wow, that is next level propaganda.
Next level, yeah.
Okay. Cold Water Tuesday on a right-wing conspiracy suggesting the FBI helped to incite the invasion. You're right. That changes it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Yeah.
The conspiracy centers on Ray Epps, reportedly an Arizona man who has said he traveled to Washington for former President Donald Trump's January 6, 2021 rally outside the White House, which began shortly before a mob of his supporters invaded the Capitol. A widely shared video shows Epps loudly encouraging a crowd to, quote, go into the Capitol. Epps was reportedly on the FBI wanted list and then was removed from it without being charged. The move bred rampant speculation from right-wing media outlets about its significance. Quote, and this is the best part, quote, the Select Committee is aware of unsupported claims that Ray Epps was an FBI informant based on the fact that he was on the FBI wanted list and then was removed from that list without being charged, a spokesperson for the House panel probing the riot said in a statement. We are aware of the unsupported claims. Okay, so they are aware of the reasoning. Of the reasoning and the claim.
Okay.
And here it gets even better. Quote, the Select Committee has interviewed Mr. Epps. Okay, wow, straight to the source.
Mm-hmm.
Select Committee has interviewed Mr. Epps. Mr. Epps informed us that he was not employed by, working with, or acting at the direction of any law enforcement agency on January 5th or 6th or at any other time, and that he has never been an informant for the FBI or any other law enforcement agency, the spokesperson said.
Oh, so it must be true. I guess he's
open
not...
and closed case to me. Sounds
I guess,
great.
He didn't have anything to do with the FBI, I guess.
Hey, Select Committee interviewed him, and he said no. So, unsupported claims there, you crazy right-wing conspiracists. Multiple Republican politicians have also publicly asked about Epps's role in the riot, apparently to raise the specter of a conspiracy that government actors, rather than Trump and his supporters, provoked or carried out the attack. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas, raised those suspicions about Epps earlier Tuesday during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on domestic terror threats. According to public records, this is a quote, Mr. Epps has not been charged with anything. No one's explained why a person videoed urging people to go into the Capitol, a person whose conduct was so suspect the crowd believed he was a Fed, would magically disappear from the list of people the FBI was looking at, Cruz said, pointing to a placard displaying a screenshot of an FBI website below red text reading, quote, FBI drops Epps from list. Quote, a lot of Americans are concerned that the federal government deliberately encouraged illegal and violent conduct on January 6, said Cruz, before asking two Department of Justice officials if federal agents actively encouraged violence and criminal conduct on January 6th. FBI National Security official Jan Sanborn replied, not to my knowledge, sir. Spokeswoman for Cruz did not immediately respond to CNBC's request for comment on the committee's statements about Epps. End of article. End of article.
I am more convinced.
Investigation, no evidence.
No, I am more convinced that he was part of the whole thing.
The House panel called him up. Old Ray in Arizona answered the phone. And they said, hey, are you in the FBI? And he said, nope. Okay, thank you. Sorry to bother you. No problem.
Can you imagine if this is how society worked?
This is how society works.
No. If
we are
this
watching it happen in front of our faces.
But I'm sorry, let me rephrase. If this standard was allowed for everybody, if everybody just the suspect gets called in, gets asked, did you murder that man? Nope. Well, we questioned him.
Unsupported.
He said he didn't do it,
theory.
so I guess he didn't.
I know. It's crazy.
It's so wild.
And this is CNBC. They're just writing a full article trying, it's propaganda. This is straight up propaganda from the government through CNBC to try to appease mostly the left to say, oh, this crazy idea that this is a right-wing conspiracy. It's not even a conspiracy theory.
No.
This is a right-wing conspiracy to blame Ray Epps, the man with actual video evidence telling people to break into the Capitol building, who disappeared from the watch list and was charged for nothing. But we called him up, asked him. He said he's not in the FBI. We called the FBI, and old official Jill Sanborn said not to her knowledge. So it turns out Ray Epps is totally innocent, and case dropped. Just like he dropped off the watch list, and just like he dropped off any list of people being charged. So thanks CNBC. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I am even more convinced that he had something to do with the planning, and I mean it's pretty obvious. But
it's obvious.
The fact that they would have to go, and I can imagine Ray Epps calling his handler, like, "Hey, a lot of people kind of seem to know what's going. Don't worry, we got CNBC.
It's a little hot in here.
We got CNBC
FBI
on
handler.
it. We got the House committee on it. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just
really.
lay low.
The blame. I mean, the House committee doing an incompetent job. I mean, it's not even incompetence. It is competence. Their mission was to kill the idea that the FBI was involved, because it's the FBI and the government is primarily concerned with preserving its current level of power, and then secondly concerned with increasing that level of power. So they work together. The House Select Committee comes, they talk to the FBI, they get a quote from Epps, and then CNBC is doing their good little job of putting it out just the way it needs to be put out.
Well, especially because we're so divided in this country that for a lot of people it has to be either the Democrats or the Republicans to blame everything.
Oh yeah.
And so this continues this idea. It appeases the left progressive to say, oh, it was definitely a Trump supporter, blah, blah, blah.
See, here's a CNBC article.
There's a CNBC article. But because ultimately, I think even your progressive and your leftists and Democrats, truly, if we are to objectively look at this, both sides of the aisle would be outraged at one of our central intelligence or intelligence agencies doing something to provoke, especially a politically motivated thing.
Yeah.
Both sides should be outraged, and both sides would come together in really pointing the finger at the FBI, saying, hey, we want to know what really happened. So instead of that, really just continuing on the nonsense.
And they don't. But see, that's the thing. As far as the establishment goes, we're not partisan. We're not Democrats or Republicans. We love pointing out the fact that they're just two sides to the same coin.
Yeah.
They are the establishment, and the establishment wants to stay in power no matter what. If they're Democrats, if they're Republicans, and the establishment can't stay in power if there's a perception by the public that the FBI, which is a nonpartisan establishment, or at least that's the ideal there, that if they are, have their fingers in the machinations of, the events like January 6th, God forbid 9/11, but of course January 6th, which has been put on a 9/11 scale, the idea that the establishment would be involved is apocalyptic to the establishment. So both Democrats and Republicans, anybody within the established order, is invested in keeping Ray Epps a mystery. Mm-hmm. And any person, any animal with two brain cells to rub together can read this CNBC article and just tell. There's no evidence. There's no research. There's no report. All it is CNBC reporting the statement from the FBI and the statement from the House Select Committee, which is just a quote from a casual phone call that they had with Epps, the man
Could
himself.
have been the assistant writing an email or something.
Yeah, so, is not even partisan. A Democrat would look at that and be like, you know what? I'm going to believe it because it fits my narrative, but this is, that's it. I'm just not going to think about it anymore.
So there you go. CYBERPANDEMIC.
Ray Epps is on the loose.
The COVID-19 crisis would be seen as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber pandemic.
ABC News. World Economic Forum
said
warns.
it so dramatically.
Oh, do you want the actual
ABC News?
Okay, here we go.
No, I liked it.
ABC News. Headline: World Economic Forum warns cyber risks add to climate threat. And because we haven't played it in a while, I wanted to, before I read this article, I wanted to play the full Klaus clip. I think it's like 30 seconds of him talking about the cyber pandemic. Because, we got the jingle to kind of remind us, but, just to get a little more of the detail.
Frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack. To use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity to reflect on the lessons the cybersecurity community can draw and improve our preparedness for a potential cyber pandemic.
So there you go. That's the longer version of that. Mm-hmm. So the article here says, London, cyber threats and the growing space race are emerging risks to the global economy, adding to existing challenges posed by climate change and the coronavirus pandemic, the World Economic Forum said in a report Tuesday. The Global Risks Report is usually released ahead of the annual elite winter gathering of CEOs. Oh, they said elite. Huh, interesting. And world leaders in the Swiss ski resort of Davos, but the event has been postponed for a second year in a row because of COVID-19. The World Economic Forum still plans some virtual sessions next week. So here's a rundown of the reports, which is based on a survey of about 1,000 experts and leaders. So here we go. World Outlook. As 2022 begins, the pandemic and its economic and societal impacts still pose a critical threat to the world. The report said big differences between rich and poor nations' access to vaccines mean their economies are recovering at uneven rates, which could widen social divisions and heighten geopolitical tensions. By 2024, the global economy is forecast to be 2.3% smaller than it would have been without the pandemic. But that masks the different rates of growth between developing nations, whose economies are forecast to be 5.5% smaller than before the pandemic, and rich countries, which are expected to expand 0.9%. Oh, those rich countries are so evil. Mm-hmm. Digital dangers. The pandemic forced a huge shift, requiring many people to work or attend class from home and giving rise to an exploding number of online platforms and devices to aid a transformation that has dramatically increased security risks, the report said. Quote, we're at a point now where cyber threats are growing faster than our ability to effectively prevent and manage them, said Carolina Clint, a risk management leader at Marsh, whose parent company, Marsh McLennan, co-authored the report with Zurich Insurance Group and SK Group. Cyber attacks are becoming more aggressive and widespread as criminals use tougher tactics to go after more vulnerable targets, the report said. Malware and ransomware attacks have boomed, while the rise of cryptocurrencies makes it easy for online criminals to hide payments they have collected, which is not entirely. I mean, if you use Monero or Dash, it's harder. Mm-hmm. Actually, Monero did have a little breakthrough. For those who don't know, Monero is a privacy cryptocurrency. It's meant to be purely anonymous. And they actually put out this thing. The government, I think, put out a thing like looking for some hackers and some coders, because they were not able to trace, after like 2 or 3 years studying Monero, they weren't able to trace the transactions. So now they're trying to hire some hackers to help them do that. Yes.
That's a good advertisement for Monero.
Uh-huh. While those responding to the survey cited cybersecurity threats as a short and medium-term risk, Clint said the report's authors were concerned that the issue wasn't ranked higher, suggesting it's a blind spot for companies and governments. It's a blind spot. And it gets into space race, so we know all that. Climate crisis, we get it. So yeah, scary, never a solution. And I wanted to bring to your attention this article from Reuters, which is a month old, December 9th, 2021. And the headline, we missed it. The headline is Exclusive IMF, 10 countries simulate cyber attack on global financial system. And the 10 countries, this is what's interesting as well. Jerusalem, December 9th. Israel on Thursday led a 10-country simulation of a major cyber attack on the global financial system in an attempt to increase cooperation that could help to minimize any potential damage to financial markets and banks. The simulated war game, as Israel's finance ministry called it, and planned over the past year, evolved over 10 days with sensitive data emerging on the dark web. The simulation also used fake news reports that, in the scenario, caused chaos in global markets and a run on banks. The simulation, likely caused by what officials called sophisticated players, featured several types of attacks that impacted global foreign exchange and bond markets, liquidity, integrity of data, and transactions between importers and exporters. Quote, these events are creating havoc in the financial markets, said a narrator of a film shown to the participants as part of the simulation and seen by Reuters. Israeli government officials said that such threats are possible in the wake of many high-profile cyber attacks on large companies, and that the only way to contain any damage is through global cooperation, since current cybersecurity is not always strong enough. You know what's really funny about this is Israel leading the charge with this whole, hey, we're going to do a simulation. Wasn't Israel I don't think it was the government per se, but wasn't it what was the hack or the malware that got a whole bunch of world leaders and all these people in trouble?
Yeah,
wasn't it
Israeli? It was an Israeli company.
Okay. All right. So Israeli government officials said that such threats are possible in the wake of blah, blah, blah. Quote, attackers are 10 steps ahead of the defender. Micah Weiss, financial cyber manager at Israel's financial ministry, told Reuters. Participants in the initiative, called Collective Strength, included Treasury officials from Israel, the U.S., the UK, United Arab Emirates, Austria, Switzerland, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Thailand, as well as representatives from the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and Bank of International Settlements. Just all the people there. The narrator of the film in the simulation said governments were under pressure to clarify the impact of the attack, which was paralyzing the global financial system. Quote, the banks are appealing for emergency liquidity assistance in a multitude of currencies to put a halt to the chaos as counterparties withdraw their funds and limit access to liquidity, leaving the banks in disarray and ruin, the narrator said. The participants discussed multilateral policies to respond to the crisis, including a coordinated bank holiday, debt repayment grace periods, swap repo agreements, and coordinated delinking of major currencies.
Whoa.
I think they are planning for this, Basil. I think maybe Glenn Beck was talking about this, with the whole simulation. I really do think they're planning for this. And whether it's in the next 2 years, I think the timeline is set that they want to try to pull this thing off before 2030.
Yeah, it only took a month after Event 201 for the pandemic to get rolling. So.
Yeah, but the financial, like a Western run on banks is a big deal. That's a big one.
Yeah, it's much bigger.
That's a huge, supply chain.
And
all
people
that is
the elites need time to shift their money around.
Right. Well, this speaks again to all these elites
themselves.
Selling their goods and their prized possessions. Bruce Springsteen sold off his one of his collections of records or whatever recently, or maybe it was instruments. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, it's just trying to stash as much cash as possible for what might come here, or whatever, gold. Rahav Shalom Revivo, head of Israel's financial cyber engagement, said international collaboration between finance ministries and international organizations, quote, is key for the hold on, honey. I'm in the middle of something.
Baby time.
Is key for the resilience.
Second half of show. Time for baby to get involved.
Quote, is key for the resilience of the financial ecosystem. I don't like how they're trying to hijack the word resilience. And then the highlighted part here, the simulation was, this is interesting, was originally scheduled to take place at the Dubai World Expo, but it was moved to Jerusalem due to the Omicron variant of COVID-19, with officials participating over video conference. So for those saying that maybe Jerusalem is being set up as a world empire, world capital, which, I don't know if it's something that could happen in our lifetime. Certainly anything's possible right now with the shakeup and the Great Reset. But biblically, in my understanding of certain eschatological passages and biblical prophecy, the Antichrist will appear to present himself as the Jewish Messiah. And so a Jerusalem headquarters, in particular, 10 countries, which I thought was interesting because in the Bible, of course, Revelation 17, verse 12, and the 10 horns you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received royal power, but they are to receive authority as kings for 1 hour with the beast. It's almost like a little test run of like, hey, what countries are going to be part of this 10 king system? And of course, Daniel 7:2 also mentions the 10 horns, which are 10 kings out of this kingdom. They'll rise, they will rule the empire. And another will rise after them. He shall be different than the former ones and shall put down 3 kings. So out of the 10, there's an 11th that comes and then takes out 3 of them. And that's the man of sin, according to the scriptures here. So there's a couple things, Israel, Jerusalem, cyber attacks, 10 countries simulating, connecting dots.
It's something.
It's all coming together.
There you go.
Coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, that is concerning. I have nothing else to say about that.
Sure.
I think it might be time for a little bit of therapy, Gonz.
What?
After the baby announcement.
No, starts with E.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
There
All
we
right.
go.
So we're in the second break here. This is the break where we thank the producers who come in with their time and talent, whether it is through artwork, music, sounds, jingles, ISOs. We consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a place of therapeutic reflection of our troubling world, and we like to express that with art, music, all kinds of different ways, and we like to highlight that here. And so to start things off, this break, we're going to thank... Oh, you know what? I don't think we got timestamps for episode 431, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's take a quick little check.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't see it.
When asking for timestamps, so I know they didn't get posted on the YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Jackie, you mentioned it in the note she sent, but that had to do with more backend stuff.
Don't even need to mention that. Yeah, that's something else. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go.
Yep.
No timestamps for last episode.
It's okay.
That's okay. We'll survive.
Right. We'll survive. Okay, so we're gonna do some Well, last episode I said that we're gonna start calling it the audio production or audio producers. The producers who come in with jingles, ISOs, music, anything audio related.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, the jingle for that is still jingle makers. Jingles.
We have a new jingle. Never cry news talk.
Okay, stop, please. Now she's just being rude. She's just being rude now.
You stop squishing me.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
It's falling apart.
4 years old. They got the little pushback attitude there.
The horrible fours.
The horrible fours.
Okay.
All right. We got a note from... Sorry, I'm trying to manage the 4-year-old along with doing the show.
I understand.
It's not easy.
Get that girl a Game Boy.
No. The first person we want to thank here is from Learbag 3000 came in during the show, sent a note. Ayo, here you go. Hope I'm not too late. Your jingle plug Lear boy. James 4:7, submit yourselves therefore to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Take a listen. I think I got it here. Here it is. Play. Oh no, it's loading.
Oh no.
The disc has to start spinning. It's still spinning though. I'm not.
Don't flood the carburetor, Gonz.
Uh-oh, I'm getting the wheel of death now. Everything is paused.
Oh, jeez. Jeez Louise.
Lear bag.
Somebody,
here we go.
Audio production.
Well, there you go. You know what? I didn't listen to this before because it was sent in during the show, but
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say this would have been a perfect moment, but that's okay. We got it introduced now. We got a new audio production segment.
Thank you, Learbag. There we go. Audio production. That makes more sense now.
Answering the call. Thank you very much, Learbag.
Yep, there you go. And I think that's the only audio we got today. So thank you very much to Learbag 3000.
Mm-hmm.
And next up here, we are going to do some art.
One art, please.
We'll start with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this one is titled, Am I a Djokovic to you? And of course, as usual with Allie, she has a note and an article to go with the piece here with her mother.
Yeah, you can just probably read the headline of the article.
The headline from Newsweek, Novak Djokovic could be barred from Australia for 3 years, putting future contests in doubt. And she did have a little quote from the article. Ever at an advantage, the Australian... Oh, no, I guess this is her own commentary here. Ever an advantage, the Australian powers that be continue to lob shots at Serbian tennis player Novak Djokovic, who would just love to play in the Australian Open tennis tournament. Djokovic has committed a fault by attending an interview in Serbia after testing positive for COVID, with the subsequent double fault in the incorrect checking on blanks on his visa papers. Djokovic has received a backhand onslaught of outrage from the line judges on the internet. He just doesn't seem to be able to catch a break right now. Hopefully, he will ace the Grand Slam Inquisition and end up on the courts and not in the courts. Aha.
Yeah, and
we got a couple notes too from tennis fans.
There's some interesting info about this Djokovic fella, but first let's take a look at Allie's art.
Oh yes, sorry, I took it off.
No, we don't want to get too distracted, but we'll first of all show off Allie's talent here, and she comes with a headshot of Djokovic. Very well done. Look at that. It looks like a human being, a real life human being.
It's the eyes.
I've never really seen this man. That's what I mean. He's got regular human eyeballs, no lizard eyeballs. So there you go, Djokovic. You've got some fans over here in the Canary Cry-averse. And very well done, dear Dame Allie. Thank you very much.
And we did get it again. We got some notes from people that.
Well, I was going to read this one real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think it's very interesting. This is coming from producer Sarah. It says, hey, Basil and Gonz, was listening to Friday's show this afternoon and wanted to share these links with you. I'm a huge tennis fan and have been following this saga. It appears that Djokovic has supported the protesters in Serbia who don't want the company Rio Tinto to mine lithium there for environmental reasons. Rio Tinto is a mining corporation based out of Australia and the UK, so no real surprise that he's facing so many problems down under. Despite the fact that other vax-inquisitive tennis players have already entered the country with the same exemption and have been playing other warm-up tournaments before the Australian Open starts next week. As a longtime Federer fan, if I watch the AO this year, it'll be the first time I root for Djokovic, which is a sure sign that indeed Armageddon is on the way. Very funny. Thank you very much, producer Sarah. Yeah, so this ties a nice little bow around the whole thing because it really didn't make any sense. You know, other tennis players got the same exemption and we're letting, they're already playing in the warm-up tournaments and things are going on. And Sarah sent us links to a Reuters article and another article here explaining this thing. But Djokovic has been vocal about his protests against this Australian mining company. So, you think you had some corporate shill lizard people pulling some strings to make life a little bit more difficult for a famous person bringing attention to their corporate malfeasance and corporate destruction of the Serbian environment or something. It makes total sense to me, and it would make sense why he's gotten so much special attention from the authorities.
Well, here's something else too. We did also get a note from a producer who'd like to remain anonymous here, and they had a link to an article that basically talked about how because Australia's lockdowns are so hard, they can't make exceptions, blah, blah, blah. But as a tangent, they said in the note here, did you know that Serbia, don't press anything. Did you know that Serbia has the third highest rate of private gun ownership in the world, behind the USA and Yemen? They're pretty much the USA of Europe. As a Serbian-born person, but prisoner of California, I'm increasingly looking towards escaping our communist regime. So, yes. But yeah, I didn't know Serbia was armed.
I didn't know either. That's also a hilarious list.
Yeah.
United States,
USA,
Yemen and Serbia.
I think we know what they're trying to do to the USA with that list.
Yeah,
but yeah, just a couple different angles to look at with this whole story. And of course, there's always the contrarian to the contrarian view, which is this is all staged and this is for Djokovic to make some kind of mega deal with some company to, boost his status and
that's
play on the outrage.
Conspiracy theory, Gonz.
At least you said theory. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Based on what the mainstream does to us, calling it a theory is a service at this point.
This corporate stuff makes sense to me. These mining companies are, especially Australian mining companies, notoriously ruthless.
Yeah.
With people who mess with them. But thank you very much, Allie.
Wasn't there a popular movie with that theme recently? I don't know. I can't think of it. All right. Moving on. Sir Dove, Knight of Rusbeltia.
What are these from Dove?
And today it is a... let me get the note ready here. And it says... did I have this wrong? Oh, yes. Yeah, 2 pieces. Yes. Piece. This week's player sheet. Oh, hold on. I have the wrong one up here. I'm sorry. Thought I had both, but I'm sorry. Here we go. All right. Note says, this week's player sheet for the upcoming 2022 NWO Fantasy League draft was a collaborative effort between me and Psalm 40. I drew up the players and he filled in their attributes. Hope you guys like him. Keep doing what you do and I'll keep praying for yins. So this is a dual producership here. P.S. I also attached a quick logo. So we'll get to the logo in a second. But yeah, here we go.
Yes, here we go. The new NWO Fantasy League character sheet. We must be up to close to 20 characters now. This is good.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe we're on the 16 level or something here. But yes, this is a ladies' night here today. We've got the ladies card. Here's 4 new characters. Nice. First of all, we've got Killary.
Hey,
she is age 74. Location Arkham Asylum.
Oh gosh.
Specialty Silver Tongue. Some stats here: poor taste in men, loves balloons and confetti. Yes. 5 points for the death of any politician. Oh, Harry Reid. 15 points for any sniper or helicopter mention.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. Okay. Next up, we've got the Camel, age 56, location not the White House. That's funny. Specialty, invisibility. Some stats here: most popular VP of all time and most unpopular VP of all time.
Is that true? Was she considered?
Somehow she's able to I think when she was first elected, she was technically the most popular, and then she fell to most unpopular of modern times, I think. Some bonuses here. Times 2 points if physically with POTUS. Yeah, that makes sense. That doesn't happen very often.
I would not be very happy if I drafted the camel in my NWO fantasy league game.
Yeah, but if she does actually appear physically with POTUS, you get a nice little boost.
A couple points, though.
The chances of that, it's times 2 points, not 2 points, but double.
Times 2 points. Okay.
Let's see here. Next, we've got G. Thornberry.
Oh, how dare you.
Greta Thornberry here. Age 19, location Asgard. Specialty extreme couponing. I like it. Some stats. Invented paper straws. Oh, I didn't know that. Loves turtles, probably. Her special ability is minor profit. 6 points for each child / minor mentioned. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Lastly, we've got Circle Backy. Spelled with a P on circle.
No, PSIRCLE.
Yeah.
Real good.
Yeah. Circle Backy. Age 43. Location. Is she really 43? Location, New England. Wow, what a tame location for her. Specialty, laser
Please
vision.
don't touch anything on the button.
Special skills.
Sorry.
There's some stats here. Will circle back.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Famously will circle back. Her daughter loves wearing masks. Remember that press conference? Yeah, my daughter loves wearing masks. Every child should wear a mask. She gets 8 points for every sarcastic remark. Ooh, power player here. 3 points every time she uses the catchphrase. And the catchphrase, of course, being circle back.
Circle back.
That would have been a great spot for the jingle.
I'm sorry. I'm talking to my 4-year-old daughter who is trying
managing the child. No time for our silly jingles. Okay, well, that does it. Thank you very much, Sir Dove, for that new addition to the NWO Fantasy League. Progress is moving, folks. It's one of our goals for 2022. Get the New World Order Fantasy League up and running. Dove and team are doing a great job getting it there. And we had a special request sent in from Dove here. I did send out a special request from Sir Dove, and he answered the call. And let's see, is Gon here? Yes, he is. Gonz is here. This is a nice logo or image for the Canary Cry supply drop, baby.
There you go. Yeah, throw it on the website.
Googly-eyed canary here, flying, carrying a wooden crate filled with all your favorite Canary Cry treasures and trinkets, with Canary Cry supply dropper written in clouds all around. Very cool. Perfect. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
Thank you, Sir Dove.
Yeah, another reminder. Canary Cry supply drop, folks. Head on over to CanaryCryRadio.com/support. You'll see buttons. Click on it. Get on board. Let's get these treasures and trinkets out to the people.
Amen. All right. Thank you very much, Sir Dove and team, for that one. Psalm 40. Next up, we got one from Mark A. And he has a note here. Shalom, boys. Here's my version of the unvaxxed pride flag.
Oh, yeah.
My main inspiration were the Mexican flag and the Don't Tread on Me flag. Hope you like it. The color characteristics are follows. Green, color of life. White, purity. Gold, perfection. Red, blood. Purple, royalty. God saw all that he made, and it was very good. Genesis 1:31. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into this wonderful light. 1 Peter 2:9. And yes, it is a green flag with a circle in the middle.
That's right. And we've got the DNA spiral tracing the outside of the circle. And we've got a person, a golden person here, holding a vaccine, a syringe. You can see the syringe coming out of the bottom of the fist. Coming out of the top of the fist is a snake rearing back with some big old fangs. And the golden person here is rearing back to punch the snake in the face. So this is great. This is a great addition to the continued evolution of the Vax Inquisitive flag. Finally, some representation.
Little violent. Little violent. For flag, maybe this is for the, after 10 p.m. crew or something.
I think it's a great step in the evolution. I think, as we go here, and, this will have to be a corporate or a community choice, of course. We should make these, public somewhere so the whole vaccine inquisitive, crowd can get their hands on it. Thank you very much, Mark A. Very well done and an excellent addition.
Yep. When we have one more piece of art to share with you today, and hold on 1 second, I had it all ready, and then I got it mixed up here. It's from Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes.
Yeah, I think it's his first artistry producership.
Oh, it's so good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, and we have a note here. Hello, lads. Sir Salmon's here, sending my first piece of Canary Cry art. Currently taking an art class and used you guys for inspiration. This is the cover for a fake Angry Birds spinoff featuring everyone's favorite Illuminati busting duo. You can see some of the bricks that made up the globalist pyramid, have key characters and concepts which make up the New World Order. Some of our favorite leaders, such as Gruesome Newsom, and important programming like the COVID agenda are present. Keep busting down that pyramid, guys. Many blessings from the fishes.
Thank you very much, Sir Salmons. Excellent work.
I love it.
That art class is working. Looks like a graphic arts class, something like that. Yes, and this is a fun sort of vaporwave neon advertisement for the new smash game Angry Canaries. And off in the distance, you see, the Angry Birds. Did you ever play Angry Birds? You're aware of Angry Birds, right?
I am very aware.
Where in Angry Birds, you fire these Angry Birds out of a slingshot. In this one, off in the distance, you can see a glowing cross with lightning bolts shooting out of it. And what's at the tip of those lightning bolts? That's right. It's cute little round, googly-eyed canaries. Basil and Gonz canaries. I love it. I've got the headset and the googly eyes. I'm screaming fast, more like it. And then Gonz, you've got a very determined look on your face there. Got the hat, the classic hat, facial hair, the glasses, the whole thing. And we are smashing through a pyramid. We've destroyed the capstone part of the pyramid there with the eyeball. Bricks that have made up this pyramid include Gruesome Newsom, Mainstream News, Satan's Agenda, Killer Robots, Alien Agenda, CIA Shills, Hairy Legs Brandon, COVID Agenda, Great Reset, Freemasonry, and the most evil of all, Mondays. Very well done. There's also another brick. This is 33. This is really fun. You did a great job, Sir Salmons. Very original, very fun. Makes me feel powerful, and another idea for an exit strategy. I don't know I wonder how we could make an Angry Birds ripoff called Angry Canaries without getting sued into oblivion. Do you think that's even possible?
Yeah,
they probably have that locked down pretty tight, huh?
They do probably, but I'm sure there's some spin-offs.
It would have to originate in China.
There you go. That's
that would be the only way to work around American copyright laws. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons. Very well done.
Maybe change angry. Just completely disassociate from the name.
Cranky Canaries.
Cranky Canaries. There you go. Cranky Canaries. Things evolve around here. All right. That does it for the art production. Thank you very much for all the drawings, paintings, graphics, jingles, ISOs, music. We really appreciate it. Content production is also part of the time and talent. And
we got some microfiction, baby.
From Rung Smash.
Coming from Rung Smash. Okay. Let me see. I'm reading a little bit ahead. Okay, so this is us reading an article, presumably on the show in this microfiction. Quote, and Canadian border opens for Captain Sanchez's Soylent Meats shipments. Marking the first time since late 2022, the Canadian Communist Party has allowed trade with the U.S., reads Gonz. I don't know why, but I don't like this, replies Basil. Dun, dun, dun. You know what? with how insane a lot of the scenes are presented in the microfiction, a simple scene of us doing the podcast, reading a headline, is a nice respite, but also teeing up for something really rowdy to happen. That's kind of how the show goes, Gonz.
Yeah.
We might be reading some regular old articles on the show, but then the world goes completely bonkers. So thank you very much, Runk Smash, for your continued creative works in the microfiction segment of the show.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Visit CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Look to find out if there's a meetup happening near you, and if there isn't, choose a location, preferably near you. Figure out a date and time, make a flyer. We'll help promote it right here on the show. You can join Ciara on a Zoom call every third Saturday of the month, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can email ciaralauren93@gmail.com if you want to attend any of the future Zooms, which I think is, it'll be this Saturday, the 15th, is the third Saturday of January.
Oh, cool.
So it's coming up. Also, Washington and Canada meetup, Peace Arch National Park, March 19th, 2022. It's coming up in March. So again, contact ciaralauren93@gmail.com to find out more. We have a report from North Idaho.
Yeah.
Josiah held part 2 of the Coeur d'Alene meetup, and we got a couple notes here. Let me try to organize it as much as possible.
A couple notes?
Yeah, we got one from Josiah, and then we got one from Dame Madeline.
I only saw the one from Dame Madeline.
Yeah, which I think the one from Josiah is sort of pointing at Dame Madeline, saying like,
that is weird. I don't see it. Oh, that must have come in at the Proton Mail.
It's Proton Mail, yeah.
I think Dame Madeline's is the official report.
Okay. Yes, I will mention, though, I'll just read this part here. Meetup went great. Lots of good food, people, and conversation. The gift exchange was fun, and as usual, Dame Madeline went above and beyond with party favor pins and preparation.
Yeah.
What a joy it is to have a good community of people around us. Can't wait until Q2 meetup, which is already in planning and development. And there's a picture of Dame Madeline shooting out a video and our pins. And hold on, I think I have that here. Oh, what happened to it? Okay, let me just download it again because some of this gets labeled wrong. Why don't you go ahead and read Dame Madeline's note?
Okay, yeah, I will. Wonderful. Thank you, Dame Madeline. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Apologies to you and my fellow Canarians for taking a whole show day to get these pictures to you. Attached, see photos of some of the attendees of Sunday's meetup and a video of us all trying to say, think outside the cage at the same time. We had approximately 17 Canarians in attendance, including 4 little ones, plus 1 on the way. Woo! Food was eaten, hilarious and timely gifts were exchanged. Oh, was this the
yeah, there was the
white elephant.
Christmas.
Okay. Oh, fun. Okay. Hilarious and timely gifts were exchanged. Informative books and video documentaries, survival gear, 2030 agenda inspired items like plant-based beef. Conversation document. Where was I? Conversation was had on subjects ranging from what constitutes appropriate Christian engagement in world systems to flat Earth to sustainable meat production to Mothman and more. We had a great time. Oh man! Only at a Canary Cry meetup can all those things live nicely
simultaneously
with one another.
coexist in the same room.
No cutouts of your faces made it to this meetup, unfortunately, but Flippy did via some hand-drawn gift wrap. Do you have that picture?
It's up right now.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Yes. Somebody drew a Flippy arm on the gift wrap with big old googly eyes. Excellently done, whoever that was. Let's see here. Boop. The receiver of the gift insisted that I send it your way and submit it as art. So expect that and some more honorary attendee pins to be coming your way soon. Thank you very much, Dame Madeline. There's some more here. For the future, we're planning on making this North Idaho meetup a quarterly thing. Good. And plans are already in the works for late April. We'll keep you informed and hope our other CCNT fans will be able to gather with us then. Thanks again for encouraging us to gather together, and thanks to my fellow Canarians for being such fun people to hang out with. I think you're all fantastic. Your sister in Christ, Dame Madeline. That is excellent. Looked like you guys had a great time. The gift exchange is hilarious. It looks like a lot of people put a lot of thought into gifts and conversations. This is what it's all about, people. Coeur d'Alene knows how to meet up, I'll tell you what. And thank you to the people who put that together. Josiah, and thank you, Dame Madeline, for whatever you did, the report, at least. Dame Madeline put together the party favors.
Whatever you did, how dare you, Basil?
Yeah, it slipped my mind, but of course she did. You know what? That's one thing.
Greta is mad at you too.
That's one thing that I learned about Dame Madeline when I recorded that TJT episode with her, was that she's very thoughtful and self-motivating. So thank you very much, Dame Madeline.
And we had she said video, but she sent an MP4.
It is
which is
MP4.
Fine. That's fine. But here it is.
Okay. Whee!
Boom.
That's fun. What a fun group of folks over there in Coeur d'Alene, North Idaho. Good job,
like
everybody. Oh, everybody's wearing those pins. Are you able to get closer on those pins? What those pins look like?
It's the Coeur d'Alene logo there. It looks like.
Oh, the meetup logo.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Love it. All right. Well, thank you very much, North Idaho. See, these guys, they're getting together. Wrong? They got together twice. They like it so much that they're making it quarterly. Maybe. See, this is why the Canary Cry supply drop is so important, because there will be swag and challenge coins and pins and all sorts of fun stuff that you can bring to your quarterly meetup. And how fun is that going to be? It's going to be pretty fun. So there you go. North Idahoans, I recommend you get in on the Canary Cry supply drop so you guys can show off your cool stuff at the meetup. Okay, what other meetups do we have there, Daddy?
What?
Oh,
what's happening?
Daddy's gonna daddy.
This is all falling apart.
That's okay. You want me to do some?
Hey, little guy. What are you doing?
Uh-oh. See, folks, what other podcast do you get? News about politics.
Oh my gosh.
Great reset.
I almost dropped this very expensive piece of gear.
Truth in all forms, and contemporaneous live fatherhood experience. We could sell this experience, Gonz.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
All right. Very tired. Thank you very much to all the people from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The meetup looked fantastic. It looked like a lot of fun. I hope this is a kind of a blueprint for other places to have these meetups and really fellowship, and it looked like a great time.
They're nailing it for sure.
Good stuff. All right. Other meetups taking place here. Florida, January 22nd. The Florida Panhandle meetup at 5:33 p.m. at the Ye Old Brothers Brewery in Navarre, Florida. Kids welcome. RSVP kmbrown815@gmail.com and jackie.umfrey@mail.com. And also South Carolina meetup happening on the same day, January 22nd. It's a meetup for the people of Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. If you're in any of those states, you have no excuse. South Carolina Super Southeast Mega Meetup, Saturday, January 22nd at 4:30 p.m. at the Yeehaw Brewing Co., Greensville, South Carolina. Contact producer JC or producer Morv at sccanarians@protonmail.com. And yeah, a couple meetups happening there on the east side of the U.S. on the 22nd. The next month, February 12th, San Antonio, Texas.
Texas, a meetup is finally coming your way, Texas.
Currently scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time at Demos Greek Food in North St. Mary Street, but I guess that is up for considering other places. You can contact Dwight B. at BEMISDED, Bemisted. I still don't know how to pronounce that, part of his last name there, at yahoo.com. BEMISDED at yahoo.com. Bem is dead. Dead at yahoo.com. There you go. San Antonio.
And of course, if you need help finding those contacts, you can always head on over to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. All the meetups are listed there, all the contact information. Go there now. If there's one near you, make sure to go to it. If there's not one near you, start one yourself. I can't believe it took this long to get one in Texas, our most frequently listened to state.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking at our statistics map. Of course, Texas, the state, is the highest downloads. California is second. Which is,
I'm telling you, man.
I know, Californians.
People dismiss California. There's a lot of conservatives and a lot of Christians in California.
That's true. Let's see here. And on top of that, you know, if you had to guess, what would be, Florida is the third most listened state, and then Tennessee being there, and Washington. Oh, interesting. Some of those are a little surprising. Washington and California. What do you think our highest listened city is?
Highest listened city. I have no clue. I'm going to say somewhere in California, though.
Yeah, Los Angeles.
Can
you believe it? Yeah, with all the trash talk we talk about California. California is our second highest state, and Los Angeles is our highest listened city, followed by Seattle.
Wow. We are the bastion of liberal truth.
Yeah, you've got a bunch of Canarians deep inside of the blue territory.
Yeah, they need
listening to the show.
It's like they're listening as like an outlet, you know? They can't talk about it with their friends and family, so they got to listen to the podcast to get anything out of it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And the third most listened city is Dallas-Fort Worth. There you are, Texas. Not far behind Seattle, by the way.
Seattle, interesting.
You could easily overtake Seattle if you just start, if 1,000 of you just start kind of listening to previous shows.
Just 1,000. Just grab 1,000 people. You got 1,000 people in Texas.
There are thousands of people in Texas who listen to the show.
Although it might be harder to round up 1,000 people in Texas than Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, they live on top of each other.
Well, yeah. Also, one's a city, one's a state.
Good point. Good point.
One is as big as a medium-sized country.
Okay. We're having meltdowns, family meltdowns.
Oh no, meltdowns. Okay, so while there's a meltdown over there, I'll just remind everybody again, make sure to head on over to CanaryCry.meetups.com, and all the info for meetups will be there, and putting one on yourself is easy. Again, remember, you're going to be hanging out on Saturday anyways. You're going to go get brunch or lunch or dinner or whatever you do on a Saturday. You might as well invite a bunch of Canarians. It's fun. Meet some people, have some conversations that you don't need to tiptoe around. And, hey, like if you're looking for a group of people who are going to be on the level when things go south, Canary Cry Meetup is the place to be. And, if you get some supply drop swag, you can show it off at the meetup too. And so if Gonz is hearing me and could hit that meetup jingle, then we will be good, baby.
This is fun.
Look at that. Daddy knows how to multitask.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
What are we doing?
Here we are. We're finishing the show, so you can go father your children.
Okay.
Let me start out.
Chinese news. No, this is.
You do it? Okay, go.
This is like all me. This last
it's all
segment.
you just take out the whole rest of the show. This works really well for your current child situation.
Welcome to Chinese News.
Say something about China. I got 10 seconds. I got to do something here.
Okay. Well, this first article is going to be coming from metro.co.uk, if anybody was wondering. And the headline is, China says its lunar rover has found proof of water on the moon.
Yeah.
Woo!
So didn't we find you and I. Didn't they say they found water on the moon like
We've
years
known this
ago?
For a long time.
Yeah.
We've known
so
that
what's
there's water on the moon.
But China does it, and everyone's all.
Metro. It is in the form of ice at its poles, but yes, there is ice on the moon.
Metro.co.uk, China says its lunar rover has found proof of water on the moon. The country's rover, the Chang'e 5 first landed on the moon at the end of 2020 and set about studying the lunar soil. It sent back data which, following analysis, appear to show signs of water inside the moon rock. Originally, It was thought the moon's surface was completely dry, but in recent decades, scientists have found more and more evidence of the presence of H2O. Ooh, so scientific.
Mm-hmm.
The Chang'e 5 used onboard instruments to fire light at the rocks. Fire light at the rocks.
Yeah, you mean lasers?
And measure what's called the spectral reflectance. Yes, that is a laser. Fire light at the rocks.
Yeah.
The reflected light indicated the presence of molecules of oxygen and hydrogen.
Wow.
It could also detect signs of the chemical hydroxyl. While water is made up of 2 hydrogen atoms, for every oxygen atom, hydroxyl only has 1 hydrogen atom.
It's like,
goes into some stuff here.
weak water.
Goes into a bunch of stuff, and yeah, sure, okay, yeah, there might be some moisture or whatever on the moon, and yay, China, good job catching up to the world's claims about what's on the moon or whatever. But this reminded me once again of the show Space Force. Mm-hmm. I know I bring it up every once in a while, but I actually went ahead and clipped a couple things from the show, which, by the way, a lot of these new computers and Netflix and, all that stuff, you can't screen record stuff. Like if you hit record on QuickTimes or something to try to screen capture movies or whatever, it's all blocked out. They got ahead of it. So it features Steve Carell, the actor. Everyone likes
Carell,
Steve. Yeah. As Carell?
Yeah.
Carell. Carel. Oh, okay, E-L. Okay, Carell. Yeah. And this first scene here is Steve Carell plays the head of Space Force, and him and his science guy. So it's like he's the military guy, and he's got the head science guy. They're on the porch. They're drinking some alcohol. They're talking. They got a little telescope on the patio there. They're looking up at the American satellite, and something pretty funny happens. This scene just explains so much in terms of predictive programming and maybe perhaps just what's happening out there. So here's the clip from the show Space Force. So this is Steve Carell's character looking up at the American satellite. A second satellite from China enters the frame. Giant robot arm dismantles the American satellite.
That's pretty funny.
And then the Chinese satellite zooms off there. Aruba, Jamaica.
That's funny because that was a real story that we were. I mean, that at least that's a collection of real stories that we've reported on over the past, maybe couple of years, 2 years. You had all sorts of giant robot arms getting attached to satellites and space stations up there. You had China with its anti-satellite program, and you have the 4-armed Quadra space Flippy, who is designed to latch on to space debris and pull it back down into the atmosphere, burn it up.
Yeah, so I just thought that was funny. There's a second scene from later in the show. It's like a later episode. So they're in the control room. They already have Americans on the moon. They're discovering that China's already been there, and they kind of have a stranglehold on stuff on the moon. And a 30-second clip here. The American crew are dancing around on the moon. And meanwhile, on a side monitor, the chief there of the Space Force notices something. There they are, the astronauts dancing on the moon. He walks over to the side monitor where a Chinese rover, Apollo 11 landing site, the American flag, the Chinese rover is driving over the American flag.
Oh my gosh.
And not only that, the rover stops and backs up on the American flag.
I did not get very far in this show.
Sorry, what was that?
I did not get very far in this show. It looks like it gets funnier than it was.
It's pretty funny. I mean, there's some pretty, whatever. It's a secular show, whatever. But
adult themes, Gonz. Adult themes. That's everything nowadays.
But just the dramatic music and the Chinese and the astronauts in the Chinese rover driving over the American flag is pretty funny.
Yeah, well, life imitates art.
Yeah, exactly. And I had another thing here for China. We don't have to talk about it. There's just some footage of Evergrande. You know Evergrande, and they defaulted, bankrupt, whatever.
Evergrande.
Yeah, that's how I like to say it.
You've really got some very specific pronunciations of things.
People say Evergrande, and it's
Steve
there's an
Carroll Evergrande.
There's an E at the end of it, so I don't know. Yeah.
It's Evergrande, but it's okay.
Yeah. Reuters Evergrande. Hainan Tower seen before demolition. And it's just a video of, hey, excuse me, what are you doing?
The child strikes again.
Yeah. It just shows some buildings that they have to demolish because of the bankruptcy.
Yeah, because they're bankrupt and they don't have any more money to build these buildings. You know, China probably demolishes more buildings than any other country on Earth.
Yeah, probably.
They start so much construction, and so much of the construction does not get finished. Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. The deconstruction of Evergrande. Love it.
Yep. And then one last story here, which was going a little viral today.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
New York Times. In a first, man receives a heart from a genetically altered pig.
Whee!
And, sorry, trying to pull something up for the kid there. It says here, a 57-year-old man with life-threatening heart disease has received a heart from a genetically modified pig, a groundbreaking procedure that offers hope to hundreds of thousands of patients with failing organs. It is the first successful transplant of a pig's heart into a human being. The 8-hour operation took place in Baltimore on Friday, and the patient, David Bennett Sr. of Maryland, was doing well on Monday, according to surgeons at the University of Maryland Medical Center. Quote, "It creates the pulse. It creates the pressure. It is his heart," said Dr. Bartley Griffith, the director of the cardiac transplant program at the medical center who performed the operation. That's quite the philosophical statement. It creates the pulse. It creates the pressure. It is his heart. Quote, "It's working and it looks normal. We are thrilled, but we don't know what tomorrow will bring. This has never been done before."
It's a real mechanistic view of the heart.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
If it beats and it moves blood, there you go. It's your heart.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, geez. We need to end this so we can get out of here.
I know.
It's going off the rails.
Last year, some 41,354 Americans received a transplant organ, more than half of them receiving kidneys, according to a United Network of Organ Sharing, a nonprofit that coordinates the nation's organ procurement efforts. I wonder if there's a dark underbelly to that United Network for Organ Sharing.
Yeah, well, whether or not it's part of that network, we know that there is a worldwide dark underbelly of organ trading. I was going to say, this is actually probably pretty good news for a lot of, Uyghurs in China and, other people in China and around the world. You know, if they can just grow these hearts nice and cheap, the illegal organ harvesting industry is going to take a hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. There's an acute shortage of, what is happening?
Okay, let's end the show, Gonz. We need to just end the show.
All right.
Do you have anything else to say about this heart?
No, just
we need to let you get back to your number one gig, which is fathering that child of yours, and probably the other one too. Yeah. And so I will give you a couple minutes to settle yourself while I end the show.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody, for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We'll be back on Friday, January 14th. So put it on your calendar, set a reminder, and be back on Friday for another episode. And remember, we'll need some producers for that episode. You can become a producer of the show in so many ways. You can go to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. And support the show. If you haven't become a producer before, like I like to say, not every single listener has to become a producer of every single episode. But as long as, people are putting value back into the system equal or greater than the value that they are getting out of the show, then we'll be able to keep on going. So pray about it. If you haven't become a producer before, maybe next episode is the day you become demooched. Yes, we love playing the demooch jingle, and we could be playing it for you on Friday. There's plenty of ways you can do that. Remember, cryptocurrency, you can become a producer on PayPal over there, or perhaps consider, maybe you don't want to think about it and have to come in and produce manually all the time. Consider becoming a 3333 producer on a monthly basis. Just set it up. Join the Canary Cry Supply Drop Club. It's going to be sweet. And 4 times a month, you'll get all sorts of fun Canary Cry supply drop items straight to your address. And you can show them off in public, show them off in private, show them off in that Zoom meeting, or even better, go to a meetup. And all the other Canarians will see that you received your Canary Cry supply drop. You can do that by, again, heading over to CanaryCry.radio.com/support, and you'll see the supply drop button up at the top there. Can't wait to start sending those out. Other than that, you can support the show in all sorts of ways. If you're a creative person, some sort of cyber audio engineer or musician, you can create jingles and ISOs and music. That's right, full-on music. You can stick around for the Canary Cry mixtape at the end of the show, but whatever you can create, send it to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com. Oh, I forgot to thank today's producers. I also want to thank our producers for today, for episode 432, with our executive producer, our anonymous Bitcoin producer. Thank you very much. Next, we have our supply drop producers, Katie P., Christina D., Kevin D., Paul G., Oh, wow. And then, of course, thanks to the rest of our producers, producer Mark A., Cloud Surreal, Heather Surus, William F., Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes, Lady Chrome, Morph, JC, Palmer B., sorry, Doctor Who Dundat, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, Child of God, Veronica D., Gail M., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Amanda P., Runk Smash, and Jackie U. Woo! Thank you again to, and our Patreon producers, Edwin R., Martin K. Thanks to our timestampers, our musicians, our audio producers, and our artists, of course, all of our wonderful artists, and of course, our content creators, microfictionists. Whatever you do to support the show, put value back into the system. And that's the only way we can keep on going, baby. But you can help the show in all sorts of ways. I'm going to be reading ratings and reviews on Friday. So if you want to help out and you have Apple Podcasts on your device, there are so many of you that listen on Apple Podcasts and still haven't left a review. This is your time. This is the calling. I'm calling you out. Go leave a rating and a review on Apple Podcasts. Every Apple device has it. Search for Apple Podcasts. It's a little purple icon. Subscribe to Canary Cry News Talk, which you already are, of course, and then leave a rating and a review. Just takes a couple of seconds, couple of minutes at most, and really helps out the show. And we're so grateful for it because those robots over at iTunes and Apple Podcasts realize, oh my gosh, these humans, they enjoy this program. Well, we must share it with others. Hundreds of people, hundreds of new people find the show every week when we get 5 or more ratings and reviews, and that's just by way of technology. Woo! So thank you very much, and we'll read them on the show to make sure that the world knows that you're the best. You can also help out the show just by sharing it, the regular old sharing it, send it to a friend, send it to a family, post it on your social media, put it on your LinkedIn. You need all of your professional contacts to be on the level with Canary Cry News Talk. But you don't have to do it all those regular ways, the share button, posting links, stuff like that. You can get a little bit more creative. All sorts of people like to get a little bit more creative with it. Here's one way you could do it. I'm not suggesting that you do, but you could. Sort of like our buddy Roy Epps over there, who was caught on camera at an event of national security importance. You too could make a splash. You know, it doesn't need to be some sort of insurrection or something like that. It could be a protest. That's one example. Could be an Antifa protest. That's a great way to get on the news. Head on over there. I'm sure they are, but they don't get covered very much anymore.
I was going to say, no coverage if they are happening.
And you know why the Antifa protests are not getting any coverage? Because you, dear listener, are not arriving. Now, here's the thing. You don't want to get into any tuffles. You know those Antifa kids. They can get a little violent. A lot of angst going on there. But you can show up. Make sure to wear all black so everybody knows that you're part of the Cool Kids Club. And get right up close and personal with the action. Stay safe. Stay safe. Wear your helmet. Don't get in any fights. But if you're up there and, maybe they're all packed around some sort of federal courthouse or something, you get right up in there and just start screaming, hey, everybody. But if we really want to be anti-fascist, we should start listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Come on, let's do it. And then start a chant, a little chant. Antifa loves chants. You could be like, hey, ho, ho, Canary Cry is the best show. Hey, that's a bad chant. But no, most of their chants are not very good, so you'll fit right in. And then suddenly, the moment will strike. You'll think you're not making any progress, but a lull, a silence, a hush will fall upon the crowd of angry teens with their skateboards. And instead of making national news for some sort of violence or burning down of federal property, instead, the whole crowd will suddenly break out into song together in unison as one America, healing the wounds that have been so torn asunder over the past few years. And together a voice will rise that will sound something like, Canary Cry News Talk brings us all together, bringing the truth and deconstructing the corporate media who continually profits off of the propagation of falsities fed to them by the government and other corporate entities. That sole enterprise is angering the public to keep the division alive, which lets them control our minds and our hearts in ways we never thought possible. Canary Cry News Talk. And then a peace will fall over the land, and healing can finally come, and America can rise as the bastion of freedom that it was always meant to be. That's just one possibility somewhere in the many multiverses that are happening simultaneously just inches away from our own universe. That is happening. So it is not impossible, folks, and you can be a part of it. You don't have to do it that way, but you can if you want to get creative. Whatever you do, just know we call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. All right, Gonz, any last words?
First off, that little rant made me very tired. Second of all, have you seen the mugshot 50-inch Jingles? $225.
That's a lot of denim to go into those things, man. That is $250 worth of denim for sure.
The Thug 50-inch Darkstone is also $225. These are very expensive.
Yeah, well, they're expensive because they're also survival gear. You're lost out in the woods. It's getting dark. It's starting to rain. You just pop a find a nice stick and stick it in the Jingles. You got a tent, baby. It's multi-purpose.
Some of these, man.
Yeah.
Just real solid. All right.
Telling you.
That's
could be you.
Oh, and we forgot to mention today's episode 432.
Oh, yeah, it is. That could have been a very special producership level. Oh,
and
well.
Only, but one truth.
The next will be 433.
Oh, you're right. Next episode, 433.
It's a 3-3, man. Now's the time. Now's the time to produce, folks. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cave.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake. We're all gonna die.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Bye!
I wanna shake things up, shake things up. I wanna shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I wanna stir up some controversy. I wanna rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
the 600th year of Noah's life, all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. On that same day, Noah and his sons, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons entered the ark, and the Lord shut them in. The flood continued for 40 days on the earth. Everything on the dry land, in whose nostrils was the breath of life, died. The Lord God blotted out every living thing that was on the face of the earth, man and animals. But God remembered Noah and all the livestock that were with him in the ark. And God made a wind blow over the earth, and the waters subsided. The fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were closed. The rain from the heavens was restrained, and the waters receded from the earth continually. Then God said to Noah, "Go out from the ark, Bring out every living thing that is with you of all flesh, and be fruitful and multiply on the earth. So Noah did all that the Lord God commanded. Then he built an altar to the Lord, and took some of every clean animal and offered them on the altar. When the Lord smelled the aroma, he was pleased. Therefore the Lord said in his heart, I will never again curse the earth because of men, for the intention of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I ever again strike down every living creature as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. And God said, I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and all the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is between me and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the bow is in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. Noah began to work the soil, and he planted a vineyard. He drank of its wine and became drunk and laid uncovered in his tent. Ham, who fathered Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and he told his two brothers of it. Then Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and walked backward to cover the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned backward, and they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his youngest son had done to him, he said, Cursed be Canaan, he shall be the lowest of all his brothers. Noah also said, Blessed is the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his footstool. May God bless Japheth, and let him also dwell in the house of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant.
It's Corona
COVID-19, 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 come down. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19,
Thank you, Jesus. Crawl on your belly. Standing in the office of the prophet of God in the Garden of Eden. I execute judgment on you, COVID-19. I execute judgment on you, Satan, you destroyer, you killer. You get out. We break your power. You get off this nation. I demand judgment on you. I demand a vaccination to come immediately. I call you done. No more. I call you gone. You come down.
What are we gonna do? Burn!
Humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
We're all gonna die.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
Give me a break.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
Anytime.
You and you in my people's zoo. I'll keep cameras on. In my people's zoo.
Armageddon's on the way.
I'll keep the cameras on now. In my people's zoo.
Boy, it's really a productive segment, man.
This is not about freedom or personal choice. Think minority. This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
I'll make you fat and sassy. In my people's zoo.
Vaccinations.
I'll make you fat and sassy. In my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles. Everybody loves waffles.
In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.
Vaccinations.